All right, good evening. I think we're ready to begin. All right, good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Just want to make sure we are all good with Pinole Television and the streaming. You're on live. Great. Well, thank you for joining us and good evening. I am Mayor Devin T. Murphy, and I now call the regular City Council meeting of July 18th, 2023 to order. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you will rise or have a moment of silence. Thank you. I'll move on to item number 2, which is our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We're proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Thank you. And that brings us on to item number 3 of the agenda, which is our roll call and city clerk's report. Madam City Clerk, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. Mayor Murphy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Here. Councilmember Tave. Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Here. Councilmember Sasai.
Here.
City Manager Murray.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on July 13th, 2023 at 3:30 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, posted online, distributed to council, and copies made available at the back of the dais. Does the council have any conflict to report on an agenda item this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Next, we will move on to item number 4, which is our closed session. This evening, we have 2 items, 4A and 4B. The first item is a conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 The agency designated representatives are City Manager Murray, City Attorney Eric Casher, Human Resources Director Stacy Shell, Gregory Ramirez from IEDA from IEDA and employee organizations, the Pinole Police Employees Association, AFSCME Local 1 and Local 512. And our second item is our public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title City Manager. I'll ask the city clerk if there's any public comment on either one of these items.
Thank you. We do have one comment. We're just going to need a minute to, we're having a little technical difficulty with Zoom, but we have one speaker so far.
Okay.
I'll let you know when we're ready to take them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have one public comment, Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler, are you able to unmute yourself? Like Mr. Hindler is having some technical difficulties and there are no other public comments.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam City Clerk, Deputy City Clerk Stone. We will, in that case, we'll close to our closed session and we will return by 6 p.m. and we will let Pinole Television know if our closed session goes beyond 6 p.m. Thank you.
Test, test. Loud and clear out here.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
All right, good evening, everyone. We are back from our closed session. There is no reportable action from this evening's closed session. And so that brings us to the rest of our agenda, which is the next. All right, the next is item number 6, which is our first section of citizens to be heard. Just a reminder that tonight's citizen speaker, please make sure your comments, your time limit is 3 minutes. And if you would like to make a public comment, please fill out a yellow card. And the instructions for the filling out and making a public comment this evening are on the cover sheet of the agenda tonight. So if you have any questions, feel free to look at the cover sheet of the agenda. You can also ask our city clerk's team for information if you have any questions as well. So I asked Madam City Clerk if there's any public comments this evening.
No, there are no public comments.
All right. Well, that's not a problem. We do have another section of public comments at the end of the meeting. So we'll move on to item number 7, which is reports and communications. I'll start with the mayor's report. So first of all, I want to say welcome to everybody in the City Hall chambers, as well as everybody watching. It's been about a month since we had our last meeting, of course, because we canceled our last meeting because of Independence Day, 4th of July. So I hope everybody had a wonderful Independence Day and remain safe, and that your families have also enjoyed that weekend and holiday. I do have a couple of updates, so I just wanted to make sure to list them out. The first is around the East Bay Regional Parks Bayfront Trail. And I just wanted to give an update because that's something that a lot of folks in the community have asked about. Due to the storms earlier this year, there has been damage to the Bay Trail at Bayfront Park. If you've been out and enjoying Pinole, you probably have seen a closed gate section because the storms brought away an eroded piece of the Bay Area, the East Bay Regional Parks District Trail. Since that event occurred, I've spoken with our city manager, East Bay Regional Parks directors, Elizabeth Echoes and Colin Coffey, as well as Congressman John Garamendi about restoring the trail. We are now seeking funding through FEMA to mitigate the issue. And so I just wanted folks to know that this is a high priority for the city. We are in works to make sure that is mitigated. We understand that during the summertime is one of the best times for our trails. A lot of residents and visitors come to Pinole to enjoy. And I just wanted to make sure folks stay safe. Please, if you can do your best not to go around the gate, we do want to make sure folks stay safe. There are many parks and trails in Pinole to enjoy outside of that. But again, as we are mitigating the issue, we want to remind and encourage our residents and our visitors to remain safe and enjoy our parks. But the Bayfront Bay Area Trail is not the place to cross right now. And again, we are working to mitigate the issue as soon as possible. The second update I wanted to say is I just wanted to give a round of applause again to and huge accolades to our food distribution volunteers. For those of you who don't know, every month we have a food distribution program with the city where we support and give residents different produce, and we will continue to identify ways as a city to address food insecurity in Pinole and on our region. So again, just want to thank all the volunteers as well as our community services department for continuing on that program. And if you know of anyone who may benefit from the program, please reach out to the city. We want to make sure that all of our residents and folks who are in need have access to that program and benefit from it. With some very, very exciting news around business growth, I wanted to send a huge congratulations to Uptown Pinole, as well as Sweet Pipers. We have 2 new businesses grounded right here in Pinole, right in Old Town Pinole. It was a pleasure to attend the grand opening of Sweet Pipers. And I've already seen both online and in person the valuable contributions both small businesses are delivering to our community. I want to encourage residents to continue to support our small businesses across Pinole. That is, of course, in Old Town, Fitzgerald, and of course in Pinole Valley. And I look forward to the work ahead that we have. Our community development department is steering our economic development strategy. So over the next couple of months, you'll hear more about what we're doing to really push forward and support our small businesses right here in Pinole. But again, congratulations to Uptown Pinole and Sweet Pipers for your grand openings in the last month. We look forward to your success, and we look forward to partnering with you as much as possible. The next update I wanted to give is around wildfire prevention. You probably are noticing some hot days recently, probably not as hot as the inland area, but we are experiencing some warm days. And what I'm really excited to announce is that the city of Pinole has prepared the community guide entitled Preventing Wildfire on how to prepare fire season in and around Pinole. The guide contains helpful resources and information provided to you by the city of Pinole, Contra Costa County, Contra Costa Fire Protection District, and of course the county sheriff. We have that Preventing Wildfire Community Guide available on our city's website. It's also shared on social media. And those of you who live in Pinole probably will already have received that community guide to your homes or will receive that in the next few weeks. We want to make sure that everybody plays their part to prevent wildfires in our city. And if you know something, say something. Reach out to our Public Works Department and let us know how we can support you and make sure that we keep our homes and our families safe. The last update I have, which is a really exciting one, because if you know me, you know I'm a huge advocate for climate action, is that this month it's Plastics Free July. Anyone heard about Plastics Free July? Well, if you haven't, Plastic Free July is a global movement that helps millions of people be a part of the solution to plastic pollution. So we can have cleaner streets, oceans, beautiful communities, and in our city, so that we can restore and keep the beautiful treasure of our Pinole Creek exactly what we want it to be. We want you to be a part of Plastic Free July by choosing to refuse single-use plastics as much as possible. I know how easy it is to find a single-use plastic, right? Sometimes we just have to challenge ourselves to think otherwise and find opportunities. Well, here's one. The city of Pinole is teaming up with Foodware. There's a company called Foodware to help reduce single-use plastics. Through the Foodware app, customers can check out a reusable container for their takeout for a small fee, credited back to the customer once the container is returned. Anyone tried Fire Wings here? Maybe online? Well, Fire Wings is in partnership with the city of Pinole. And if you go to Fire Wings, you can actually test out reusable foodware to see how it works. And if it works, guess what? You also get your money back and credited if you return the takeout and reusable container that you use. We ask that the residents of Pinole, as well as visitors, participate in the zero waste system. And of course, provide your feedback back to our community development department to support a cleaner and healthier Pinole. We want to know how it goes. And guess what? July, as Plastics Free July, is probably the best time to try something out. And thank you in advance for your participation. That does conclude my report. And so I'll go to the next agenda item, which is mayor and council appointments. There are none this evening, so we'll go to City Council Committee reports and communications. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Thank you for that report. Couple of things. I attended the mayor's conference 2 weeks ago. It was held in Lafayette, and the speaker was the somebody from ABAG with the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, talking about a possible initiative for a bond sale for affordable housing in either March or November of 2024. Also in March or November 2024, there's another bond issue that may be on the ballot as well. And that's a bond that's sponsored by, or some legislation that's sponsored by our own Assembly Member Wicks. So there is some information if anybody wants to go to the ABAG website and go to the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority. There's more information on that. Another item was I attended the fire safety MOU group through the East Bay, and the group has a recommendation for an MOU that's going to be coming forward to the potential participating jurisdictions in August and September. So I think the council will be able to consider that. I also attended the PLA subcommittee group with our community services member, Ms. Rupert, and planning commissioner, Banuelos, and our public works director. And I think the next step on that is going to be communicating to one of the other jurisdictions that has a model PLA that we want to, that we're looking at to find out if there's any issues that they have experienced and perhaps any tweaking that they would like to, that they wish they could have done. And then talk to the labor representatives. So that would be the next step there. And then finally, on my own, through my own volunteer work, I attended the Summer Games for the Special Olympics of Northern California in Santa Clara last month. And I was very proud Pinole resident in that one of the volunteers of the 2023 Volunteer of the Year for Special Olympics Northern California was our own Matt Avery. So we have a lot to be proud of in the work that he has done. And it was nice to see one of our local public servants get honored there. So that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. We'll go to Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Couple of meetings that I attended since we last met on June 20th. I am part of the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee for Cal Cities. And that committee met in Pomona first in person since COVID. So it was a nice gathering of people interested in trying to identify how best to propose reforms to tax law so that there will be a different kind of distribution of sales tax revenue and allow cities to do the work that they do based on the level of revenue that is obtainable to them. So progress has been made since the committee has been spending time along with city managers throughout the state, part of a working group specifically looking at how sales rebate agreements between corporations, businesses, and cities throughout the state. Pinole does not have such a rebate agreement, but in the absence of one, how cities can as well benefit when those rebate agreements exist throughout the state, and the benefit of, the burden of addressing the effects of having increased road use and pollution associated with that. A number of other circumstances can more fairly be distributed on the one hand, as well as any revenues generated between those cities and the corporations, again, be structured in a way that allows for more equitable distribution of sales tax. So now what happens is Cal City's board takes a look at those recommendations from the Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee and determines how it can advocate with a state legislator that would support forming policy that would eventually be heard by the legislature. On a much simpler and different kind of venue or route, along with Council Member Sasai, we met and Assistant to City Manager Fiona Epps, Assistant to our City Manager, to talk about a possible agreement with a firm that is helping the city update its city seal and logo. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. We'll go to Councilor Sasai.
Thank you. I was happy to attend the WestCat Board of Directors meeting last week. In that meeting, we completed elections for incoming chair and vice chair. So I want to congratulate Director Toms for chair of the WestCat Board of Directors, and also Director Hansen for his election to vice chair. In that same meeting, we also authorized our general manager to procure a total of 12 replacement paratransit vehicles that reach the end of their serviceable lives. And that would be funded through a variety of funding sources, including most from the federal government. And lastly, we adopted the 2021 MTC, Metropolitan Transportation Commission, multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, which would allow WestCat to become eligible for disaster mitigation funding from FEMA. So that's all I have in my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sasai. We'll go to Councilor Tate.
Good evening, everyone. I attended on July 13th, the Recycle More meeting, where we received a presentation on edible food and the 1383 requirements now for the tier 2. This council's talked briefly about, food insecurity and what that means across the Bay Area, and then, had conversations briefly about, the senior center and food distribution. And during COVID, there was a lot of that going on, which I think the city did very successful. That's gone up to Recycle More, which is a group of cities that had entered into a JPA for our waste management. So California had the 1383, which requires us to start to take tier 1 and tier 2 organizations and make sure that our food recovery organizations are getting that food before it's actually thrown away. We had a great presentation to discuss about grants for those FROs or food recovery organizations that Recycle More can do to start to try to encourage some of those organizations to grow their operations, whether it be by kitchens, freezers, to store food that otherwise would have been thrown away. So it was a great presentation. We're in the introductory stages of developing what those grants would look like and how they're going to impact. We talked about trying to get some money to all the organizations or really target organizations to help them develop their program. But it was a great presentation. We're going to have more information to come. So I thought that was a great step forward to try to address 1383 locally and make sure that those benefits get back to our community members. So it was great presentation, more to come. There's a lot of information in here. I think there was like 70 FROs that are out there between, Richmond, San Pablo, Hercules, Pinole, and El Cerrito. So we're trying to make sure that we organize with them and get data back on how many families we're feeding and making sure that stuff that would normally gone to waste is actually put to a benefit. So real proud of that. I wanted to bring that back to council and the public and more to come. So thank you.
That sounds wonderful, Counselor Tate. Thank you for that report. I'll ask the city clerk if we have any public comments on the mayor's report or the council committee reports and communications before we go to item 7D.
No public comments.
Great, thank you so much for that clarity. We'll go to 7D and I'll ask the council if you have any council requests to make the motion. Mayor Pro Tem Tom, any items?
Yes, thank you. I would like the council to recognize Commander Matt Avery for his award and hoping that we can do that in August or September, the timing of which is that one of the reasons he was bestowed, this award was bestowed on him was his work that he does with the Bike the Bridges, which happens in October. So I think having it in September before that event would be very useful.
We can put that in. There's a second. I'll second that. Thank you. All right. Madam City Clerk, can you call the roll on this motion?
Sure. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Thomas, do you have any other items?
For items.
Okay, we'll go to Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. I have two requests. One of them is to defer the presentation on what is currently being called the Taxpayer Protection and Government Accountability Act ballot measure. We have that scheduled for August 18th. However, it's if we have it deferred to summer of 2024, it would be closer to when the elections would occur. Probably makes more sense so that we have it top of mind if there is going to be any action beyond what we've already done, and as well as inform the public about what that measure is. That's one request.
Sure. I don't think we need a motion on that. I can just move that as long as we, the city manager and I can communicate with the team.
Okay. And second request is for staff to prepare a brief memo outlining the status of the agenda item related to enhancing the current City of Pinole ordinance that bans styrene to possibly include as well the use of compostables in both city facilities as well as local eateries. And let us as well know when that, the timeline, when that item will be brought before council.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Great, thank you. Any questions on the motion? Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms, Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Any other items, Councilor Martinez Rubin?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilor Sasai.
Thank you. I'd like to request a discussion on our city adopting an ordinance to prohibit the creation of new gas stations and the expansion, reconstruction, and relocation of existing gas stations here in Pinole.
All right, I'll second that. Are there any questions about the motion?
Just a question, would that be referred to the municipal code committee for discussion and?
That was not the intent of the motion, but if it is required to, the two municipal code ad hoc committee.
City Attorney
Mayor.
Casher, did you want to tap in there?
Yeah, just through the chair, I think it might make sense to have a general discussion at the council level, and then the city council can provide direction on what type of regulation the council would like to have implemented, and then we would bring that to the subcommittee if it ends up being in the form of an ordinance, which it likely would. But the first step would be to have a council level discussion.
All right, thank you. Any other questions about the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Can you please repeat the motion?
Yes, the motion is to request a discussion on our city adopting an ordinance to prohibit the creation of new gas stations and the expansion, reconstruction, and relocation of existing gas stations here in Pinole.
Yes.
Was there a second?
I second it. Mhm. Madam City Clerk?
thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, Counselor Society, do you have any other items?
That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Counselor Tave.
No item.
All right, thank you. And I just have one item. I wanted to ask that we, given the issues with the Bayfront Bay Trail, as well as some of the planning that we have to do with our Parks Master Plan, I would love to invite the East Bay Regional Parks District board member that represents Pinole, as well as the general manager, to a future meeting. Do you have a second on that motion? Thank you. Is there any questions about the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms, Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 7E, which is our city manager's report. City Manager Murray, good evening.
Good evening. Just want to provide a brief preview of what we have planned for the agenda of the next city council meeting, which will be on August 15th. One is a presentation on AB 43, which relates to local control over setting of speed limits. We're going to have a presentation from East Bay Mud on various water topics. We expect to be requesting the approval of a contract award for a outside firm to do an assessment of all of our city facilities for energy conservation, generation, and storage opportunities. We're hoping to be able to recommend award of a contract to create a storm drain master plan. We're expecting to have the first read of a change to the municipal code on campaign signs. We're expecting the PLA ad hoc subcommittee to have a recommendation to the full city council. And we're planning to have presentations on containing some background information on commercial cannabis tax and a vacant parcel tax. So that's what we're currently planning to have on the next city council meeting agenda. Note that the August 1st council meeting is being canceled. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, City Manager Murray. We'll go to City Attorney Casher for your report. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. Just briefly wanted to mention that we will be convening a meeting of the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee in August. So I'll be polling the subcommittee members for their availability. There's two ordinances that will need to be considered, necessitated by state law, one of which is an update to the city's existing panhandling ordinance. Another relates to the city's permitting of single-family daycare homes and facilities. And then we also had a staff recommendation for a potential ordinance related to EV charging station usage and overuse of someone's kind of staying in charging stations longer than the prescribed timing. And then we'll also receive an update on the community engagement efforts around the single-use plastic ordinance. So that's something that will be discussed at the next subcommittee meeting. So a preview for the members of the public, but also for our subcommittee members who will be hearing those items. And that concludes my report.
Great. Thank you for that report. I'll ask the city clerk if we have any public comment on items 7E or 7F or 7D.
No, there are no public comments.
All right, thank you so much. So next, that brings us to one of my favorite parts of our agenda, which is our recognitions, presentations, and community events. This evening, we have some wonderful proclamations that we are, as a council, really excited to read aloud and give out. I'm going to start with 8A1, which is honoring one of the best fire chiefs, not in the state, not in the nation, but probably internationally. And we have the huge benefit of reading this proclamation aloud as a council. I'll begin by reading. Proclamation honoring Christopher Weinkoop upon his retirement as Pinole's fire chief. Whereas Fire Chief Christopher Weinkoop served in the United States Army during the Gulf War, Desert Storm, earning combat citations, including the Combat Infantry Badge and the Army Commendation Medal, as well as other awards of distinction. And
Whereas he served with the City of Stockton Fire Department as a firefighter and a fire captain, and whereas Chief Weinkoop earned a bachelor's degree from Colorado State University and a master's degree in public administration from Arkansas State University, and
Whereas he came to the city of Pinole as a battalion chief in March of 2018 and assumed the fire chief position in December of 2019. And
Whereas Chief Weinkoop led the city of Pinole's integration with the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, through which shuttered Pinole Fire Station 74 was reopened after 11 years of closure. And
Whereas he had the pleasure to work alongside the finest professional fire personnel and city management team in the public sector. And whereas he will enjoy retirement in the California foothills with his wife, Becky, whose love and support has guided him throughout his career.
now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby commend Christopher Weinkoop for his exemplary service to the City of Pinole and wholeheartedly wish him well in his retirement. Mr. Weinkoop, congratulations. I want to give you this. And of course, Chief Weinkoop, because you've done so much service to the city and to this county and to this really so many, we would love to hear you. A couple words if you can, of course. And you can use this podium or you're more than welcome to use that, but the podium works. I can absolutely.
Thank you, everyone. First and foremost, I want to thank my wife, Becky, who's here tonight. It's no understatement to say that without your love and support and encouragement throughout my career, that really none of it would have been possible. Secondly, I'd like to thank all my fellow department heads, city management, city staff, city council, and fire labor group collectively for your collaboration over the last 3.5 years, without which the progress, the improbable progress that we made over the last 3.5 years together would not have been possible. And then finally, to thank the fire service professionals with whom I worked at the Stockton Fire Department, the Pinole Fire Department, now integrated into the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, for allowing me to work alongside, again, some of the best fire service professionals in the industry. So thank you all and God bless you all.
And before you go away, Chief Weinkoop, we have a gift that's a token of our appreciation. Not only were you an excellent fire chief, but you were an exceptional member of the management team. You brought so much both professional experience, but life experience and wisdom to the management team. And I also think to the staff that you mentored at the fire department, an incredible vision, which helped us realize our new fire service model. Without you, I don't think of which would have been possible. So we're going to miss you dearly, but you've definitely left a permanent mark on the city of Pinole and the fire service here, which we're forever in your debt for. So thank you again for your service.
Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments on this proclamation?
We do. We actually have 3 cards in, Rafael Menez, David Rupert, and Irma Rupert.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, especially tonight. And members of the public, I'd like to say a few words and end the retirement of Chief Weinkoop, who has, in his time as fire chief of the Pinole Fire Department, given great service to our community and also to the broader community of Contra Costa County through, as has already been mentioned, his unfailing support for achieving the consolidation project through working with city staff, through working with county staff, through collaborating with the labor group to help design the plans and getting it all together for, of course, his everyday work as fire chief, making sure that, everybody made it home safe, that all administrative work was done so that there was fuel in the trucks, so that logistics were all planned out so that the firefighters didn't have to worry about all that stuff out in the field. They could just focus on, fighting fires and saving people's lives. And also for his character as a human being. In the conversations I've had the fortune to have with Chief Weinkoop, he's always been charitable, forward-looking, kind, and dedicated to serving the community to the best of his ability. It will be a loss to the community to no longer have him as a part of staff, even as a broader part of Con Fire rather than as part of the Pinole Fire Department as such. But I think that he has certainly well earned his retirement, and I hope that he has many years to enjoy it and to receive the just rewards of the service he gave the city of Pinole, the city of Stockton before us, and our country as a whole in his time in the armed services. So thank you, Chief Weinkoop, for your service and your work. And I hope that you have a happy and long-lived and well-deserved retirement.
Again, good evening, staff and public, and most of all, Chris. You've been such a good guy over the time that I've known you. My relationship with the fire department started when I was 4 years old. In Roanoke preschool, so my mom managed to get me down to the fire department to tell us how important that job was. And I got my first badge from the fire department and certificate saying I was the junior fire kid. And that's continued over 70 years. I've been an advocate of what you're doing. It's an admirable position. And I can't say everything you've done, you've known you've done. I think the public's going to be aware of that now that you're not going to be doing it on a daily basis. But I know that I don't like the word retirement because I think you're going to continue doing what you do as a good person in the community. And your best years are forward. I don't want you to look backwards because I'm sure that a lot of us gave you a really bad time. When we talk to you, we call it, informing you, but sometimes it feels like a little fisticuffs on you, but it's for a purpose. You picked up really great. You never got mad at myself or my wife, who sometimes can really get a point real quick to you, but it was for a good reason. And we've made this place a lot better than it was. I know you're going to be moving out of the area, which most people like to do that kind of stuff, but you're going to be right here for a long, long time. Even though you don't get a phone call from us, we appreciate it. And when we now have a new fire department, I hope that carries over, which I'm already seeing, because like I said, I'm an advocate of fire departments, and we've got a great job. And you've made it possible that we have a better station than we had before, when it was nailed up and boarded up for years, which is depressing. But I'm feeling good, and you're feeling good. So I'm going to stop there, because I usually go on for hours and hours as an attorney, and I'm on a 3-minute clock. So again, you did the right thing. I'm proud of you, and I think the community's proud of you. And good luck, whatever you do. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next public comment. Now just ask that if
I
you
know.
can, Ms. Rupert.
I'm going to hold on to it.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. And thank you, Chief. I can't tell you, I'm sorry to your wife. I called him every day. I bugged the heck out of him. I would say, Chief, when are we going to open Station 74? Then I started hearing rumors years ago that he wanted to retire. So I got on his case and I said, Chief, tell me now, are you retiring so we can hire somebody and finish the job? Because Measure X hadn't been passed. So he finally said, you know what, Irma, I'm going to hold on and see what happens to the measure. Well, guess what? We passed it. And guess what? My phone called directly to the chief. Hi, Chief. I said, are you retiring? He says, well, I don't think so. I'm going to get the job done. So thank you, Chief. Bless you for everything you've done for the city. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have Station 74 open the way it is, and everybody's supporting him. And I just want to tell his wife, if you get tired of him at home, could you send his resume and we'll hire him as a consultant? Bring him back. He's awesome. You got a good guy. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. All right. Are there any other public comments on this proclamation?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Chief Weincoop, for everything, for all of the service you've done, for being just a beautiful, real, authentic, and joyous human. You have brought so much fun. I think we had a great time. It's something that the Mayor Emeritus, Vincent Salimi, invited us to. I won't say all the things we did at that great party, but it was such a great fun time. And you've truly made your mark here in the city of Pinole. And I think will reiterate both the public comments and probably can speak for our team here at Pinole to say you are always welcome in the city. The city is home to you, or at least one of your homes. And we just thank you so much for your tremendous service. Of course. We'll go to the next item, which is item 8A2, the National Parks and Recreation Month proclamation. Parks and Recreation Month is July 2023, and in that starts us off, whereas parks and recreation are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the city of Pinole. And whereas parks and recreation promote health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks, and whereas parks and recreation promote time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's, and
Whereas parks and recreation encourage physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas parks and recreation are the leading provider of healthy meals, nutrition services, and education. And
Whereas park and recreation programming and education activities, such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas parks and recreation increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction, and
Whereas parks and recreation are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, And whereas Parks and Recreation are essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And
whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the city of Pinole recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources.
Now therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, and State of California, along with the entire Pinole City Council, do hereby recognize July 2023 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Pinole and encourages all residents to visit a park and enjoy the beauty of our community. Happy Parks and Recreation Month, everyone. Right. As we mentioned, we will have a future presentation from the East Bay Regional Parks District to the council. But in the meantime, I wanted to just shout out our Community Services Department. Also, folks may ask, well, City of Pinole has a Community Services Department. Well, under that department, we do Parks and Rec, and we do a bunch of other things. But I just wanted to really affirm the staff. We have Miss Maria Picasso here, who serves as our Recreation Directors Coordinator and has done so much tremendous work to ensure that the residents of Pinole have wonderful parks. And by the way, we have 12 different parks here in Pinole: Amber Schwartz Park, Bayfront Park, Canyon Drive Park, the Dog Park, of course, Fernandez Park, Lewis Francis Park, Hugh Young Park, Meadow Park, Pinole Valley Park, Pinole Valley Picnic Grove, Pinion Park, Sarah Drive Park, View Park, and Wilson Point Park. And again, it is not an easy feat to make sure all of these parks are maintained in our city. They are some of our biggest treasures. And I just want to honor and again, say thank you to those in our Parks and Rec department, as well as our Community Services Department and our public works staff and all of our staff who help maintain and enhance our parks and public spaces. And Ms. Picasso, you are one of them. And I just want to honor you. Can I give you this proclamation?
Okay, just on behalf of our team, I want to thank the mayor and the city council for issuing this proclamation. It's an honor to serve the Pinole community and to offer all these fun activities and events with the community. So thank you. I will share this with the team tomorrow.
Thank you, Ms. Picasso. All right, we have one final proclamation this evening, and that's the Bastille Day proclamation, which was actually held on July 14th, 2023, but we get to celebrate it today, which is wonderful. I'll start us off. Whereas on July 14th, 1789, the people of France stormed the despised Bastille prison in Paris, marking the beginning of their own struggle against tyranny. And
whereas shortly thereafter, the National Assembly of France approved the Declaration of Rights of Man and the Citizen. The historic document noted that ignorance, neglect, and contempt of human rights are the sole causes of public misfortunes and affirmed the concept of individual liberty. And
whereas the Declaration of the Rights of Man and the Citizen was not only adopted within the same year as the Congress approved our Bill of Rights, but also contained some of the same themes, including freedom of religion, freedom of the press, security in one's property and person, and due process in courts of law. And
whereas these documents proclaim the inviolability of human rights on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean and guarantee them for future generations. And
whereas the city of Pinole is committed to appreciating and honoring diversity and the heritage of all its residents.
now therefore I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, and State of California, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim July 14th, 2023 as Bastille Day and call upon all people to observe this day with appropriate ceremonies and activities. And I urge them to renew their support for the just aspirations of all people who seek freedom and self-determination. And this evening we have a few guests, and probably I don't know if we should consider the mayor emeritus a guest because he's been in the chambers, but we have a few guests that we'd love to present to you this proclamation, and we'd also love a few words from you if you can.
Thank you. I don't know if, okay, perfect. Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City Staff, member of the public, and distinguished guests, bon 14 juillet, and bonne fête nationale. My name is Vincent Salimi. I'm the former mayor of the city of Pinole and the first French-American elected official in the city. On behalf of the French-American community, I would like to thank you for recognizing the French Independence Day or Bastille Day. Bastille Day commemorates the day of the storming of the Bastille prison on July 14th, 1789, which ultimately led to the French Independence Day. It is also very important to remember the friendship between the United States and France. Last December, French President Emmanuel Macron was invited by American President Biden at the White House for the first state visit since COVID started. France and the United States have always been allied and have strong economic ties. Vive la France, vive la République, vive les relations franco-américaines,
Long live France, long live the French-American relationship. Thank you. Merci. Tonight with me, I've got a few guests and I would like to introduce them, but I also would like them to speak as well. First of all, I have Chloe Sorokere, who is the president of the official committees of the Bay Area French Americans Association. And in French, that will become président du comité officiel des associations franco-américaines de San Francisco et la Baie. As well with her, we have Serge Morel, San Francisco French Consular Representative, conseiller des Français de l'étranger, consulat général de France à San Francisco, 8e circonscription. We also have a few other guests that join us tonight. Elia Asmar, who is the vice president of the Comité officiel des associations franco-américaines de San Francisco et la Baie. With him, we have also a few other members, including Bijan, Shannon, and Sophie Afela. Thank you very much. Chloe, please go ahead.
Well, Mayor Murphy and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council, thank you very, very much for this honor. We had the pleasure of actually hosting your City Council and other members of your staff last year at our Bastille Day dinner. And we really enjoyed having the proclamation, which was started by Vincent. So the official committee of the French American organizations was actually started in 1880 for the sole purpose of uniting all of the French American organizations of the Bay Area and organizing the celebration of Bastille Day. So that's what we do since then. So we do it throughout with a festival that we unfortunately couldn't have this year, but we will have it next year. And you're all invited to come and partake in it. It'll be at the Embarcadero Plaza on Saturday, the 13th of July. So we are actually a zero waste organization. So we will be celebrating Plastic-Free July as well during that day. And we're very honored and happy to see that, you know, your city council is taking some great action to help with climate change and to help your citizens enjoy the beauty of nature. So we're totally with you with that. The principles of our French Revolution are still with us today. You know, we really believe in liberty, equality, and fraternity. And we really cherish the wonderful 240, I think almost 45-year relationship with the United States of America. We helped you be free from the English and you helped us be free of our king. So everything is worked perfectly well in this relationship. So again, thank you very, very much for recognizing the French community. We have 60,000 French people that live in the Bay Area. There's quite a few in Pinole. So we'll get the counts and we'll share them with you. We would like them to participate in your city councils. And we have about 500,000 people that have French descent in the Bay Area. So we're a big part of this community. Thank you again very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chloe. Then I would like to invite our next speaker here. And our next speaker will be Serge Morel, who is a San Francisco consular representative, conseiller des Français de l'étranger, consulat général de France à San Francisco, 8e circonscription.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Mayor, council members, fellow compatriots, and my dear friends, Chris and Becky, that I've known from back from 20 years. Surprised to be here for your retirement. Don't be misled by my British accent. I'm not English. I'm not a former colonial of yours. Je suis français. I'm a elected official, French councillor. We have a council with 5 members at the French consulate, and the French consulate represents all the French citizens that live in the 10 northwestern states of the US. So that they are my constituents and I represent their interests. And so I accept this proclamation on their behalf. Thank you very much.
Yeah, merci. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here. Thank you for celebrating your culture with us. And let's continue our partnership together. It was a wonderful, wonderful Bastille event last year and looking forward to more to come. Thank you. All right, that does bring us to our next, not proclamation, but presentation this evening, which folks are more than welcome to stay for if you want to hear a bit more about public banking. This evening we have, actually, before I go, is there any public comments on this item?
No, there are no public comments.
Okay, I didn't think there were. So great, we'll go to item 8B1, which is a presentation from Public Bank East Bay. I am going to hand it off to Director Whalen to get us started, and then I think she's going to make some introductions.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the public. Public Bank East Bay is here tonight to provide an orientation to the City Council on its process and current status to establish a public bank in the East Bay. So with that, I will introduce Marjorie Lewis and George Clay, who will be giving the presentation this evening.
Good evening, and thank you for having us. We really appreciate it. And George will be doing the presentation, and then afterwards, we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Well, good evening, and hello to everyone, Mayor, City Council, and guests, staff. My name is George Quay. I represent the Friends of the Public Bank East Bay, and wanted to have a chance, I guess, to on the status of the project in 2023. Oh, how do I navigate? Okay. So wanted to kind of bring everything around. The topic is a public bank, and what is a public bank? It's a financial institution, a bank amongst other banks, but it's actually owned by public entities, city, county, and region, instead of private shareholders. Its priorities are set by its board, but it's by the people it serves. It leverages its equity to provide credit and liquidity financial services to local financial institutions and to the community in general. Its job would be to distribute federal funds equitably and ethically. Consider what has transpired with PPP just a few years ago, and reinvesting its profits back into the community, a circular business model. Next page. So also wanted to mention what a public bank is not. It's not a retail bank. So you and I will not be able to open accounts or a small business account at the bank. It's not a competition for local financial institutions. As a matter of fact, the California Banking Act, or AB 857, explicitly prohibits the public bank from acting in competition with local financial institutions. As a matter of fact, we are tasked to be partners with local financial institutions to expand their reach and provide services for the community. And we, in some ways, to make it clear, we're not an extractive drain to the community. The monies that are put into the bank and distributed by the bank are going to be staying within the community. Next. So again, public banks ensure the dollars are working for the public good. We're looking at increasing, public revenue without raising taxes, investing in a circular local economy, actively meeting and adjusting to the needs of the community. And the public monies that are assigned are for projects that don't align with the priorities of communities, such as fossil fuels. Next page. And this is just a simple graphic to bring to bear the last 4 pages. that, that citizens are the center of the public bank. They provide the funds for the institution, and as well as the ones that drive the acts of the public bank itself, where the money goes, how it's invested, versus a private bank, which still monies of the state, but at that point they are responsible for delivering services at at their own based on their shareholders' demands, not the local community. Next page. So again, the public bank provides an alternative to Wall Street. So in big picture terms, the public bank itself is a new institution because there's in the United States, there's only one at the Bank of North Dakota, and it's been operating since 1919 and earning profits and providing support for the financial welfare of North Dakota since 1919. As a matter of fact, the fiscal year choose return on from the bank is around 17 to 18%. So where are we in this critical moment? Next page. We are looking at the public bank East Bay coming to fruition hopefully in another year and a half. But the basic model of the public bank is that it's going to be capitalized by local cities and the Alameda County, the cities of Richmond, Oakland, and Berkeley in the county of Alameda. It's going to be governed by a 15-member board. A majority of those members are community members. Still, folks who are finance and banking experts, but nonetheless community members. They're going to be partnering with local financial institutions and increasing the capacity. Again, it is a financial institution, bank like all other banks, regulated by the state and the FDIC. And the bank will grow as its profits grow and as municipalities provide funding for the bank or deposits for the bank. Next page. So there are 4 tranches that essentially are areas that we believe the public banking space is going to be working on. Affordable housing, residential education, municipal finance, small business lending. And with these 4 areas, we'll be prioritizing racial equity, community wealth building, environmental sustainability, and other local priorities. Next page. So progress so far. Of course, AB 857, California Banking Act was passed in 2019. The resolutions have been passed by Richmond, Berkeley, Oakland, and actually the city of Hayward as well in support of the public bank. We've received commitments from Richmond, Oakland, Berkeley to participate in what we call an agency working group, which is the established members of the Public Bank East Bay sitting together to talk about how the incorporation and the governance and the business plan are going to be worked on. So we're finalizing the slate of board candidates for the regulatory agencies to review. And so far, the Friends of the Public Bank have raised $750,000 of the estimated $2.4 million. We will need to provide funds for the bank to be run until it becomes chartered. Next page. So the next steps to approve future resolutions affirming the county's involvement in the public bank. The vagaries of AB 857 preclude the county from being a founding member. But as part of the chartering process, as soon as the bank is chartered, the county can and will be added as a member. We're working with the staff in Oakland, Berkeley, and Richmond to design the corporate structure. That's the agency working group. And we're working with the county treasurer to identify the sources of funding to capitalize the bank. Next page. So just a brief recap. The Public Bank East Bay is a work in progress. We're planning for a 2025 opening. It's a wholesale bank, not a retail bank. As the name says, it's a public, not private, and we are beholden to the residents of the cities and the counties, not private investors. And the public bank will focus on the traditionally underserved communities and provide access to capital. Next page. This is just a single snapshot of the local communities and all the organizations that have shown their support for the public bank, and some of them here. But at this point, I'd like to pause and reach out and provide you a chance to ask any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Quay and Ms. Lewis, for your presentation. We'll go to our council for questions before we go to public comments. Are there any questions from council members? Councilor Tate?
So thank you for the presentation. I think we had one before. This conversation has been circulating in Pinole about the benefits of a public bank. I had some questions as to governance and structure and what that looks like. And I guess what is everyone kind of centering around? You mentioned the residents, but there's the councils, there's the regional boards, there's other organizations that would be. How are we delineating those groups?
So again, this
making decisions?
So this is a regulated institution. And so this will not necessarily be directly tied to functioning aspects of either the city or the county. So there are no boards or requirements that it be connected to the city in any way. So there will be representatives, one from each the city of Richmond, Berkeley, and Oakland, sitting on the board, and as well as two from county. But they're representatives on the bank board, and their fiduciary responsibilities are for the bank. The other 10, we're looking at a 15-member board, are going to be the community representatives. And again, as an entity, it is outside the realm or outside the quote-unquote control of the cities and the county. That has to be the case because outside of that, we would never get a charter.
See, so if hypothetically Pinole were to say, hey, we want to be on or be part of this bank, we would just have an account and no representation on the board?
Well, as part of the initial process of governance development, this question of how subsequent municipalities that join the bank, obviously we have these first three, but Hayward has shown interest, yourselves have shown interest,
right.
Many others, even in North Country, have shown interest. So that question is still in flux,
right.
But the assumption being that you will have some say in where the money is going to be spent when you provide resources to the bank. The assumption being that you have requirements for affordable housing, electrification, small business lending, and municipal finance that reflect across the city, all the other cities and municipalities as well. So now you get to determine how that funding that you provide is directed within your domain.
Gotcha. The reason why I'm asking those questions, and I know that they're in flux, is that it becomes, politics will work its way into any governing board. And I'm just trying to make sure that, if I put $1 million in, someone puts 10 million in, well, the 10 million gets listened to a little bit more than the 1 million. And I'm just trying to make sure that Pinole's investments, as we make them, we watch them grow at the rate everyone else is. And I think it's more of the rate that happens. I'm just thinking of other boards that we belong to that have incorporated Pinole projects. And then larger cities have larger projects, which is a larger draw on resources, pushing our timelines out. So that's kind of why I wanted to know what the governance structure looked like. I wanted to also ask, access to capital would be separate of the board decisions.
Say access to capital.
Meaning Pinole says, hey, we want to be part of this organization. We want to put $5 million in as an investing account, finance against that 5 million to do road work, $10 million worth of road work with a payment and interest rate of X. How is that structure still independent of a governance board?
Well, since the bank doesn't exist yet, we're working on the business plan, but the types of specific decisions you're talking about are going to be up to the board.
I see.
And I think that because it's public and not private, and the bottom line is not to make as much money as possible. I mean, it's to return a profit. They don't want to not be profitable, but that's not its main reason to exist. It's to democratize finance. And so they are going to be looking at how is it going to be best for everybody in terms of not just the original founding members, but all of the other municipalities that will be depositing in there. And their idea is to make it, the best remuneration for everyone and what's fair. But what that's going to be, we can't say, because that is going to be a board decision. And that's why we set this up with the values as core, baked into it, and having community leaders to be a majority on the board.
So I completely get it. Go ahead,
in some ways, there's an agency working group right now that we're together with the 3 cities in the county to address these exact questions, because coming out of the gate, we're going to be looking for additional resources and funding from BART, from East Bay Mud, from other institutions, large foundations, and as part of that, a reach for bringing resources to the bank. The bank will have to have a way to manage how that money is going to be spent, where is it going to be spent, and all those questions need to be answered prior to the bank's charter, because the FPI and FDIC are going to want to know, where's the money coming from, how are you going to be spending it, what's your return on that spend. All those questions need to be answered. So
right. Are these public meetings, or are they organizational meetings that are happening?
No, they're not public meetings, but of course the we are open, to, participation from, those who are interested in this next step, meaning the output from that content is publicly available. So for instance, the final governance plan, the business plan itself, in its various iterations as it grows, are available to you if you want to take a look at it.
So Marjorie, George, I'm highly interested in those conversations. And I'm wondering if we can maybe have those documents distributed to the council. Because I know that this is not an easy conversation, it's a difficult conversation, but I believe there's a balance to be struck. And I think this idea is fantastic. I just want to make sure that as we talk about equity and that we don't lose sight of that as soon as, funding is issued, right? And we start to see the gears of change start to happen and certain cities be left out of that equation. And that's why I'd like to see that structure that you're putting together. Because I think this is a great presentation. I think it opens up a lot of possibilities for us, but it also puts some hazards out there. I just want to make sure that we're not running into, including the moral hazards that might be presented with a considerable amount of public money in that scenario, right?
Honestly, I definitely feel, from the point of view of being council members, you're even closer to this fact. But your, I'd say, financial experience as a city has been with private institutions, where you walk in with the figurative bag with a dollar sign and put it on the table and say, open up a checking account and we want the money to move here and here. But once you make that deposit, the private bank gets to, essentially utilize that resource as it sees fit.
Yeah.
Of course, there are, requirements, CRAs, and all these other things that said you must have an X portion that goes into the community and so on. And there are, requirements for that. But that's been your experience. So this is something entirely different.
Right.
Meaning that this is not just some, institution on the East Coast or the West Coast or wherever, North Carolina in this case. This is an opportunity for the folks that are responsible for the money, and as well as the money itself is here locally. And of course, I do want to make sure that the information about how this is going to be partitioned or managed is generally available. This is not going to be a secret.
Not to
That's right. Yeah,
belabor
thank
it
you.
too much. I appreciate the comments, and I just I want to make sure that we get that information, and I want to make sure that I have rest of council answer, because I have a lot of questions and maybe we could talk about them offline. But those were my main ones. I did have one last one, if I could. Could you make the comparison, or is it too early, as something traditional like our lay fund?
I'm sorry?
The lay fund that we help me out with the acronym. The local agency investment fund. Is there too early to make a comparison between a public bank and our traditional investment strategy?
Well, I think what I want to say, and I don't know if this will exactly answer that, but the difference between what we are doing in the East Bay, now this is a movement that is California-wide and it's nationwide. So we are not the only group or area that's doing this. San Francisco has it, LA has it, New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey. I mean, all over the country and the state are movements. But the difference with the Public Bank East Bay is that we have chosen to do our own fundraising to start the bank. And what that has allowed us is to have much more of a say in setting it up and in terms of designing the governance system and to setting it up so that there will be more community representation, because those are the voices we want at the table. We do not want something where it's, the governor and his three best friends who are appointing and running things. So I hope that will help answer some of the transparency questions, and we plan to have public meetings when it's open. And the other thing I want to say is the questions you've asked, what I really would appreciate is if you could write down those and other questions, because I think they're really relevant and I think they'd be wonderful to bring to the working groups that are now working with the business plan to say, we want this kind of stuff baked in for so the board will be able to look at this and answer these questions. So the folks who, put their money in the bank will understand that it is an equitable institution. And the other thing is, a way for people to make money will be the bank will be buying back bonds and reissuing them at a cheaper rate. So that's right away a way of making money.
Thank you. We'll go to, we have a few more council members with questions, so we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Thank you for the presentation. I have several questions. And first of all, you had mentioned, that you don't have the charter yet. And I'm wondering if 2025 opening, if that happens when you get the charter, or is there a period of time that you open and you're not chartered yet?
No, the moment where, the charter isn't something that just appears, once we've gone through the regulatory process, they'll establish a date for when that charter will be issued. Again, the incorporation needs to be in place. All the, institutional pieces of a bank need to be in place. So the moment that date is provided, then all the work to ensure that we have a place to sit, computers to work at, papers, an email address, all these other things will be available on the day the charter actually is booked.
Okay, and is there an opportunity for a community to join in the bank after the charter's already been issued, or do you have to get in on the ground floor?
Again, it's one of the chicken and egg issues. We had to get our arms as the friends of the public bank. We had to basically get our arms around this opportunity, so the current three municipalities in the county were the ones who are going to essentially kick off and be the quote unquote charter members or initial founders of the bank. But we also understood that this institution would be something that would be very attractive to others. And so as part of this process, I think the previous council member had asked, how do we get in on this? And what is the structure for that? That's being worked on right now. But there will be a path for other municipalities to join the bank.
Yes, and for instance, Humboldt County is really interested in depositing, and Sonoma, Santa Rosa, a lot of places, and places that are too small to have their own bank also want to. In fact, the Central Coast in California, a lot of cities have banded together to start their own. So there's a Central Coast version of the public bank in California. So yes, once we open and start going, we absolutely will want to take deposits from municipalities. But again, those specifics, we can't answer you because that's going to be the board. And we've done our best to ensure that the board is going to be transparent and will, enact the values that this bank has been founded on. We certainly don't want a kinder, gentler version of B of A. And we are going to, one last thing I just want to say, we are going to be a place that cities and counties can divest, like all the money that you have in the Wall Street banks, that they are investing in fossil fuels and in arms and in private prison. When you invest, put your money in the public bank, that that's not where your money is going.
And then as far as, go ahead.
What I was going to reiterate is that the agency working group of 3 cities in the county are going to be sitting down in the near term, hopefully, first week or so in August. And as part of that first initial meeting, one of the agenda items that's we're working on is, the initial question of, how are we going to, create future municipalities in the governance and in the operational processes of the bank. So it's agenda, maybe not agenda item number 1, but it's on the agenda for the first meeting.
Okay. And then I had a question regarding board members. How are they selected, and will there be any minimum qualifications? I always want to look at what's the worst case scenario is maybe you have some volunteers that, don't have experience in looking what risk investments would be. And is there, would public money be at risk?
No, that's a great question. And one of the things that we're doing is we have an academy in which we are going to be training our board members in, finance and the economics, because we will have bankers and finance people, but we'll also, as we said, have community folks. And just because you may be the CEO of a nonprofit, it doesn't mean that you understand about banking per se. So we are going to have an academy with a curriculum that they are going to have to take those courses so they are up to speed, because we absolutely understand that, it's public money and they have to have fiduciary responsibility for that. So yes, we are totally aware of that and people's concerns. And in terms of the board members, they have to be vetted. We have a pre-vetting person who is our bank lawyer, who has helped to start over 200 banks in the state of California and is very familiar with the state regulators because he's dealt with them so much. And there's pre-vetting that goes on, and then the state does its own vetting. You cannot be on the board if the state does not deem you fit. And this is really, it's a deep dive. I mean, they have the FBI vet you. So it's a major process. So it's not going to be just, somebody who thinks this is a good idea and says, okay, I'll be on the board. It doesn't work like that. So I hope that has, allayed any concern that you have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We represent the Friends of the Public Bank. So myself, essentially my job ends when the bank is chartered, and then I move on to another project. We do have a list of 10 current board candidates that's on our website with a detailed CV for them, and they have at least passed the initial vetting for the bank, and they're going to be part of the charter application.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Councilor Sasai. Okay, Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you both for your presentation. How many years do you estimate it will take to get to a break-even point so that the bank will have sufficient assets to be able to distribute equitably as you aim to do? And that would
Well-
be among the participating. Well, now that I think about it, I was going to say among the participating entities, city agencies, for example, but participation, I think, still needs to be defined, if I heard correctly.
Yes. So we are initially looking at a capitalization of about $40 million between the three cities and the county carrying the largest of that load. But that provides sufficient funding to provide a cushion for us for the first 3 years. So we're looking at a 3-year turnaround in terms of profitability, but operationally, as soon as the charter is provided, funds and resources are going to be delivered. There is no delay. But in terms of your question of when kind of a return on investment is going to be at least estimated, it's after 3 years.
Thank you. All right. Do you have any other questions, Councilor Martinez-Rubin? All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Quay and Ms. Lewis, for your presentation. We appreciate you coming virtually to the city of Pinole and look forward to future partnerships together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank
And
you.
I just have one more thing to say, that if any of you have relationships with your county supervisors and are interested in this and are interested in having a resolution of your own, like Hayward did, or, pushing on your county supervisors, it would help us, the County of Alameda, to see that folks in the County of Contra Costa are interested in a public bank. So I just wanted to say that.
And Mr. Quay, Ms. Lewis, before you go, something that you'll find out if you haven't already is we usually have public comments. So actually, before you go, I'll ask the city clerk if we have any public comments.
Mayor, there are no public comments.
All right, no worries. Thank you so much. Just wanted to make sure. And again, thank you for your leadership on this.
Thank you.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Have a wonderful night.
Thank you.
All right, council, that brings us to our next item on the agenda, and that's item number 9, which is our consent calendar. Are there any items that members of the council would like to pull from the agenda, from the consent calendar? All right, not seeing
Yes.
any. Oh, Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Yes, item 9A, the minutes, just for a slight editing.
Okay, any other items from council members? Mayor Pro Tem Toms? Councilor Tave? Okay, Councilor Sasai? Okay, do we have any public comments, Madam City Clerk, on the consent calendar?
We do. We have one card for item 9C.
Great.
Rafael Menace.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I would like to reiterate my prior written comment and urge the council to pull item 9C and amend it so that at the very least, there's a constraint on nighttime construction in residential areas, nighttime being defined as between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. I recognize that the city wants to give as broad a level of discretion to the city manager as possible, and that pragmatically speaking, most of the time the city manager wouldn't be granting permissions during those hours due to the potential public backlash. But I think that given that future city managers may not be perhaps as attentive to the considerations of the public as City Manager Murray is, and future councils may not be as attentive to that, that it would be worthwhile having codified in the text of the ordinance some explicit limits on construction hours so that variances don't cause disruption of public life outside of emergencies, as allowing for construction in residential areas during nighttime hours would. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on the consent calendar?
Yes, we have Cordell Hindler online.
Hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. My name is Cordell Hamlin and I'm a Richmond resident. So I was looking at the consent calendar on 9A. I think the minutes is a lot. The initial that's one, and then under 9 C regarding the construction, the hours of construction. So I do agree with Mr. Minutes. The idea of having these the hour the construction hours are going exceeding until 10 p.m. I don't think that's you got a lot of residents that live near the site, and I said, okay, this is not going to fly. So absolutely correct. So that's 2. And then the last one is the here. Just lost my thought. Oh, okay, now I just remembered it. The number 9D regarding the adding an additional funding funds for a fellow. I think that's a great idea because it'll give the person, like be brought up to speed on climate change. So I do agree with that. So I'm in support of that too. So that's it.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, so we'll go back to council, and that brings us to item 9A. Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Yes, thank you. On page 75 of 293, that first paragraph, 5th line, if you can please strike could be related to municipal services so that the line reads, as an example, the discussion on ACA 4 had included public comment from people outside of the city of Pinole, et cetera. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on the consent calendar? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval with the adjustment to the minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez-Rubin. Any questions?
Question, what page was that again for the striking?
Page 75 of 293 regarding comments that I made.
Got it. Okay, good. Thank you.
Any other questions on the motion?
Not on the motion, but well, I have another suggested revision actually for the minutes. On page 72. I was able to do a review at the suggestion of a member of the public. I'd like to suggest that we revise the phrase items printed show the union book to union bug, which represents the logo. So just that additional change.
Thank you. Is that amendment
Yes.
okay with the author of the motion? Okay with the second? Wonderful.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell, if you will call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tate,
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to item number 10. We have for public hearings, we have this evening one public hearing tonight, which is item 10A, to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the assessments and ordering the levy for Pinole Valley Road Landscape and Lighting Assessment District for fiscal year 2023-2024. This evening, we have Director Mishra with us for this public hearing. Good evening.
And good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and public. I'm here to present the assessment report for the Pinole Valley Road Landscape and Lighting District for the fiscal year 23-24. Next slide, please. Purpose of this landscape and lighting district is to manage the traffic signals, street lights, median landscaping, irrigation for landscaping, electricity for the traffic signals and street lights, and some of the graffiti removal work for 2 zones. Next slide, please. So zone A is the north of I-80, which consists of total 8 parcels, has about 17,000 square feet of landscaping, has irrigation system for the landscaping. It also has 7 street light poles and 14 street lights. It also has 2.5 traffic signals. 2.5 really it's just for the purpose of how to divide the funds. So there's no 2.5. So electrical power for the street lights, traffic signals and irrigation, weed control, abatement, graffiti abatement, and other repairs and litter abatement for certain area, roughly about 2,000 linear feet of that median. Next slide, please. Zone B is south of I-80. It has about 10 parcels, roughly about 18,500 square feet of landscaping, and it has the irrigation system and some of irrigation controllers. It also consists of 10 street light poles and 20 street lights. It also has a maintenance need of 1.5 traffic signals, electrical powers for street lights, traffic signals and irrigation system, and similar other maintenance needs for this location. Next slide, please. So in the staff report, I had included in my previous assessment report in my previous staff report in June 20 City Council meeting. And here what we provide as a summary of that report, which says that the total assessable cost for Zone A would be close to $28,290 and 24 cents. And for Zone B, the total assessable costs are $29,310.10. And the maximum assessable rates per AU and the proposed assessment rates per AU, you can see what is displayed here in the slides. For Zone A, the proposed assessment rate per AU, that is the assessment unit, is $535.84. And the maximum assessment rate per AU is 636.92. For Zone B, the proposed assessment rate per AU is 582.97. And maximum assessment rate per AU is $601.28. So this will bring total revenue about $57,680.26 for this fiscal year, proposed fiscal year 23-24. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We'll go to council for questions. I'll start with Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you for your presentation, Director Mishra. What comes to mind is the recurrent public comment that we receive about more than one, I'm going to say, lights in that district often being non-functional. And I'm wondering if that is a reflection of how a relatively small amount that the city receives to take care of that district in its entirety, or whether it's something else.
No, that is correct, partially correct. So the location of the lights, the complaints that we mostly get, that is on the southern side of I-80. And there are a couple of locations where the street light pole gets knocked down very often. And Each of those streetlight poles actually costing us about $16,000 to replace, single of them. And we have not been able to replace those poles on southern side of I-80. And there are two locations we have not been able to because our funds for zone B, I think it is zone B on the southern side. For capital replacement, our funds are very limited. That is only $16,000 for zone A, and for zone B, what we expect by end of this June 2023 is only $5,000. That's all we would have for capital replacement. But for bulbs and all those things, we do replace it every time we hear complaints. We do go and replace. But we do have a systematic issue of the photo cells and the wiring on the north side of I-82. So which I'm trying to figure out how to redo that part of the electrical connections.
Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. Councilor Sasai, any questions?
Just one quick question. So did you say it's $16,000 for the replacement of the light bulb or the just the light pole?
The pole, the entire pole, one single pole with the lights and everything.
Thank you. And for the bulbs, it's
Bulbs are, yeah, those probably, it's a couple of $100 each. So
thank you.
we would not do any bulbs for $16,000.
Mayor Pro Tem Thomas.
Yes, thank you. I had a question along the same lines. Wondering if money is an issue, can the assessment district borrow from the general fund to be repaid? And then the assessment increased, or can we go after insurance, automotive, because most of these are car accidents that happen, and go after insurance to get funds to replace these improvements?
Yes, we have tried that, and sometimes we have been successful, but our rate of recovery from insurance are from 0 to 25% at the max. That's all we can, getting back. Most of the time, we don't even know who hit it because it happens during nighttime, and there is no record of the person who actually did that. And I believe there were only 2 cases where we got about 25% back in the last 2 years.
All right, Councilor Tave.
How much have we spent so far on these light poles to date? The $16,000 pole that keeps getting hit. I would imagine we're paying $16,000 every time it gets hit. How much are we talking here? Last year, there was only 1 pole that we actually paid. And for this year, I have not, because I am thinking of actually a different way to not put those streetlights there. Have actually those particular locations where actually these poles are getting hit. My assessment is that's the wrong location for those poles. I would rather have those streetlights be on the sidewalk rather than those location at the median. And the way I have noticed there, actually pretty big vehicles, trucks, traverse that turn, and they hit it, whether it is a bigger vehicle or truck, that's the spot that will get hit. So I have been talking to staff and figuring out if we can actually have those street lights be put on the sidewalk, but it will be a bigger project. So that's why I've never proposed a CIP project or anything yet. So far over a 2-year period, we did 1 pole. So it's a total 3 poles have been hit, but we have replaced only 1. So we're looking at, is that 3 times 16? 48. $48,000. And that is only on one zone. In the zone B, we can't be spending the money on, from one zone to the other zone. You have to replenish. And the total money what we get, really that substitute, that pays for everything. It is not only the capital cost is allocated for replacement of all this. for capital cost, barely what we have for zone A right now is about 16,000 and for zone B only $5,000 left. Okay, so there's gonna be a decision point, all right, I got you. Okay, thank you.
All right, I think that concludes questions from council. So we'll go to opening the public hearing for public comment. Madam City Clerk, are there any public comments?
Yes, we have a couple online. We'll start with Cordell Hindler.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Murphy, council. My name is Cordell Handler and I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Director Misha, for that presentation. So I looked at the presentation and I said, I think this sounds good. So I'm asking that the council should, adopt the, oh dear. I would go along with staff, adopt the resolution, as presented to staff. So that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, we have Dina Asna.
Okay, I just wanted to make a comment on the item 12B. I wait for that part. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In person, we have Irma Rupert.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't expect to speak on this one, but really quick, where the lights are, Director Sanjay, is it possible we can put lights there or just warn the public that you're on camera? I mean, hitting that pole or whatever. I mean, even a sign up there citing them and saying, hey, you're on camera or something like that, so we can prevent something of these accidents happening, because that's quite a bit of money. Just a suggestion.
Thank you. We'll collect questions and then we'll circle back to you, Director Mishra. That's okay. We'll collect public comments and then we'll circle back. Are there any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
Okay. Would you be so kind to answer that question?
Yes, I mean, I can look into that suggestion. But as I said, if we have to put some camera system, meaning we would definitely need a project to build that and have a system in place before we can put a sign. But I can look into it, when I'm looking into actually providing the light on the sidewalk, I can look into it.
Thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to, we'll close public comment in the public hearing and bring it back to council for other questions, comments, or action. Councilor Martinez Rubin?
Yeah, I'll ready to make a motion to adopt the resolution per staff recommendation.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, and thank you, Director Mishra, for your presentation, as well as the public comment. The next item is item number 11, old business. There is no old business this evening, which brings us to our item number 12 under new business. The first item is 12A. This is the review of our city's required contributions to pension and the lifespan of the Section 115 Trust Fund. This evening, we have Director Guillory virtually for this presentation. Good evening.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I will be presenting this item. Before we get into the presentation, so we do have a two-part presentation. I just wanted to give a little bit of background. In July of 2022, the City Council did receive a report from staff on the use of the Section 115 Trust, and included in that report was information on the city's annual required contributions at that time. Fast forward to March of 2023, the City Council received a presentation from David Takearts of CalPERS, and that included information on the CalPERS investment performance, strategies, and anticipated challenges in the upcoming fiscal years. And it also focused on the city of Pinole's pension plans in particular. So for today, we're bringing forward information from some information that you've already received. We're building upon that information and presenting this item to you tonight. I am joined here by Doug Pryor of Foster & Foster, formerly Bartell Associates, and the city engaged Mr. Pryor and his team to conduct a review and analysis of the city's required contribution to pension, and will also address the estimated lifespan of the Section 115 trust based on current conditions. Mr. Pryor will provide some background information about how we got to where we are, or arrived at where we are today. And then for the second half of the presentation, I will present some figures and some trend information on the budgetary impacts of the information that you will hear. At the end of the presentation, we'll both be available to answer any questions that you may have. So with that, I will turn the presentation over to Mr. Pryor.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Doug Pryor, an actuary with Foster & Foster. I kind of want to start with what our analysis is based on and kind of what it isn't. So first of all, this is based on the June 30, 2021 CalPERS actuarial valuation reports. And so one of the things that that means is not in here is the impact of the moving the fire to over to Confire that happened in March of 2023. So I'll kind of, as I go along, mention kind of a few notes on the impact of that. But I just wanted to kind of, that is some general background. So Markeisha, if you could go to the next slide. That would start a little bit, just some big picture background. What are the benefits here? So you have really two groups, your miscellaneous and safety. That middle table there, as you can see, each have two pension tiers. So the first tier for miscellaneous is what's known as the 2.5 at 55 formula. And for safety, the 3 at 55. Each of those groups have the state mandated PEPRA formulas for those new members on or after 2012, 2 at 62 or 2.7 at 57. So, generally the way this works is, a city service, take a miscellaneous employee that works to age 55 and retires, they get 2.5% times their FAE is final average earnings, and the one just means it's 1 year of earnings. 2.5% times their years of service times their final earnings, and the service is with the city. So for safety, you have for the firefighters that moved away from the city as of beginning of 2023, they had a certain amount of service. So first of all, you have the safety retired firefighters that are still in your CalPERS plan, and then you also have a portion of the service through beginning of 2023 that count towards what will ultimately be a city paid benefit. In general, the way these formulas work, if you look at the 2.5 at 55 formula for miscellaneous, if you go, Markeisha, can you forward to the next slide, please? 2.5 at 55, that 2.5% varies by age. So what you see here is the blue line across the x-axis here is age, ranges from age 50 to 70. The blue line is the percentage that applies. So you see the blue line at age 55, it is 2.5%. Lower percentages earlier, and after 55, it's always 2.5%. And then what you see there is the red line is your PEPRA formula for your second tier. So that the other lines there are sort of the other available formulas within the CalPERS universe. Can you go next slide? This is the safety formulas. Blue again is the tier 1 safety formula. The 3 at 55, and the red is the PEPRA formula for your safety employees. So this formula also varies, the percentage varies by age. So let's then move forward to the funded status. We have a few slides on this. So as I mentioned, we have a June 30, 2021 valuation report from CalPERS. What you're seeing here is the 21 are the middle columns there. We have actual accrued liability, the multicolored bars. The green line are the assets. You can see June 30, 2021. There's a marker there saying the unfunded liability was about $13 million. The year before, it was a little higher at $17 million. So that reduction was during the fiscal year end June 30, 21, CalPERS earned a 21% return. Both of those first two data points in 20 and 21 are from CalPERS. What we know now is that in 22, CalPERS had a negative 7.5% return. So we're projected forward 1 year to see kind of more up to date where things are as of June 30, 2022. And you can see that unfunded liability bounced back up to about $18 million. We don't know at this point, CalPERS has not announced their June 30, 2023 return. What we do know is that the trust overall is up 5%. That could be close to the return. It's really hard to say. We kind of look to that to see, depending on cash flow, if cash flow is a net zero, then the 5% would be the return for the year. Keep in mind that they have a 6.8% expected return on the trust. These numbers here do not include what Marquisha will talk about later, the supplemental trust that the city has. That's gonna, if those were included here, the unfunded liabilities would overall certainly be lower. This is the miscellaneous. If we could go to the next slide, we'll kind of look at the safety plan. So similar figures here, a little higher numbers, but you do have a similar relationship in that we're kind of back in June 30, 22, back to where things, a little worse than where things were June 30 of 20, after those 2 years of returns in between over that period. $22 million unfunded liability grown to about $25 million. These numbers, as I mentioned, don't include the impact of the transition to con fire. But what I would say is that, as I was talking about the benefits, that service with the city it doesn't go away as of 2023. And so we don't expect that transition to significantly impact these unfunded liabilities. It will help the normal costs going forward, but the unfunded liabilities are probably not going to be largely impacted by that transition. These numbers do not include the impact to con fire, but what they do include is the POB that the city issued back in 2006. We have some information on the following slide on that, if you go forward. Thank you. So in 2006, city issued a POB to pay off what was known as a side fund, which is basically the unfunded liability. The total amount of bonds, I should use acronyms to slow down. POB is pension obligation bond. And the total amount of those bonds was issued with 6.2 million back in 2006. You can see there's some remaining payments on schedule for this year through 2035-36. So let's kind of move forward one more slide here if we could. I want to cover historically, just to kind of put things a little bit in perspective, where you've been and what have been kind of some key drivers here with respect to where your CalPERS costs have gone. So what you see here are really two lines. The lighter or fluorescent green with the triangular markers are your normal cost payments. And when you take the normal cost payment plus a payment on the unfunded liability, you get to the darker green markers with the darker green line with the square markers. So, before 2004, you were well funded, the accrued liability, assets exceeded the accrued liability. You had the benefit improvement way back in somewhere around 2002. You issued the POB in 06. And what you see there is you started to get to a point in 06, 07 where there was an unfunded liability. You issued the POB. The green line came back. Basically, your costs reverted to the normal cost as you paid off the unfunded liability. Since then, you've been on an upward trajectory. This is not unlike any other city. We've done hundreds of these across the state. This trajectory is not unlike any other that we look at, within the state. Unfortunately, CalPERS has had to charge more and more money as they've gone on for various reasons, including that investment returns have lagged behind where they had hoped to be or where they expected them to be over quite a long period of time. So I didn't mention, but these are contribution rates as a percentage of payroll, in case you're wondering what the scale is here. If you go forward one more, we have a similar slide for safety. similar sorts of events. You know, you go back early to before 2004, the plan was well funded. There was actually what were contribution holidays for a few years. Then the unfunded liability grew, so the issue of PLB, the green line comes back down. And then since then it's sort of been escalating back up. So similar trajectory. So I want to kind of wrap up the historical perspective here with a couple of just a few more slides. So the next slide, thank you, is look at the historical investment returns that CalPERS has generated. So the green line here is the return on market value of assets. As you can see, quite a lot of volatility. Go to the far right, we've had a couple of very extreme years with, as I mentioned, the 21% return in fiscal year 21, followed by negative 7.5%. The blue is what CalPERS expected. If you look at that, you know, and you just eyeball the blue and the green, you may be better than I, but I look at that and I have no idea if they've been ahead or behind. So what we put in here is the red line, which is showing the 10-year rolling average. And so what you can see there, 10-year rolling average of the market returns, and you can see there is that overall in general, they've kind of lagged behind the blue. So they've been behind the lower than they expected the return to be, unfortunately. So that's, you know, historically where returns have been. We've done a lot, we work with some outside investment advisors to look at the portfolio that CalPERS is in. And we believe that where they're invested today, that the 6.8% return long-term, which is their discount rate, is a reasonable assumption. There's a major caveat to that, and I want to follow that in the next two. I have two last slides here, if you can bear with me. The reason the 6.8% is probably not going to occur is due to what CalPERS calls a risk mitigation strategy. And, you know, setting aside, you know, the details, what they're overall trying to do with the risk mitigation strategy is to move to more conservative investments over time. And, you know, you can't reduce volatility without reducing some level of return. And so CalPERS has this policy to reduce the volatility through kind of moving to more fixed income over the long term. And so what that means is that how they're invested today is not going to be how they're invested down the road. And down the road, they'll be invested more conservatively. And that's going to mean, we think, that the 6.8% long-term won't be achieved. The policy is a little more complicated than I described, and it's going to really, it's not a set schedule to reduce the change of portfolio over time. It's going to vary based on what returns are. We have a graphic on the final slide I have here on slide 11. Thank you. To show kind of what we think will happen with, this is really discount rates, but you should think of these as investment returns. And the thick green line is where we think the investment returns will be in the future. So from kind of ramping down from 6.8% down to 6% over the about a 10-year period. What you see shooting up and down are based statistically, the model is saying we expect, if you pick a middle year there, somewhere around June 30, 2033, we expect the return to be 6.25. Half the time they'll be somewhere between 6.05 and 6.4%, depending on the volatility of the markets. So there's certainly a range. It's not a set schedule. What you see is discount rate, the numbers we were looking at with initial unfunded liabilities were at 6.8%. But over time, what's going to happen is they'll get lower returns, and that's going to mean that the unfunded liability will, due to that factor, grow somewhat over time. All of this is built into our projections. So when we do our modeling, we've built in the fact that we expect them to get lower returns out in the future. And all of those projections are kind of what Markeisha will now kind of talk about with her budget projections. Thank you.
Thank you. So for the next portion of the presentation, I am going to basically interpret the information that Mr. Pryor just provided and translate that into what it means for the city's budget, as well as the long-term financial planning. Next slide. So the city's annual required contribution to CalPERS consists of two main components, and that is the normal cost, which is a percentage of payroll. It also includes the unfunded accrued liability, or the UAL. It's also important to note that staff does contribute to the city's or the employer's contribution under cost sharing agreements that staff has with the city under the various labor memorandums of understanding. So city staff citywide contribute a total of 15% toward the normal costs. As we'll see in the next slide, is city contributions are expected to increase over time, starting in fiscal year 2024-25. And we continue to see incremental increases all the way through 2034-35. And then we start to see some decreases from that point on through the end of the forecast, which goes through the fiscal year 2049-50. Also shown in this graph is a trend line for the city's annual contribution as a percentage of payroll. And what we do is measure the total cost of the city's annual required contribution, compare that to the city's projected payroll to show the trend line, which also follows the bars here showing that we're expecting that to increase as the city's contribution increases over time and then eventually starts to decline. Next slide. The city also has a total pension cost, which includes the annual required contribution, net of the employee cost share, and the pension obligation debt service that Mr. Pryor discussed earlier in the presentation. These costs are partially offset by a transfer from the Section 115 trust that the city established in 2018. And I'll talk more about that in its lifespan in a few slides here. The next slide will show that the total pension costs are expected to decrease after the pension obligation bonds are fully paid and retired in the fiscal year 2035-36. Next slide. And that is depicted here. Sorry if it's kind of small, it does show a number of years and information here, which is also included in the staff report. But as we can see, the total pension costs continue to increase all the way through the fiscal year 2029-30. That is the last year that we expect to have funds available to transfer from the Section 115 trust into the general fund. And at that point, we do see a significant increase from the city net annual contribution after the pension trust transfer of $4.6 million. We'll see that jump to $7.6 million in the following year. And the city will be required to make up that difference from other funding sources. Another highlight to show on this or to discuss on this table is in the fiscal year 2035-36, we see that the last pension obligation bond debt service payment is paid off. And with that, the total pension costs also start to come down. So that contributes to the reductions. And then we project that the overall cost will continue to decrease through the end of this forecast. Next slide. To compare the two analyses, a similar analysis was also conducted in the fiscal year 2018 when the city first established the Section 115 trust. And at that time, we can see if we look at the last year of the forecast, which was included in that initial analysis in fiscal year 2028-29, we expected total pension costs to be around $6 million. If we compare that same time period for the current analysis that is presented tonight for 2023, we see the total pension costs are projected to be around $7 million in the fiscal year 2028-29. And most of that is largely due to the increase in the unfunded liability, which went from a total of $30 million in 2018 to a projected total of $43.5 million for the fiscal year 2023. And that includes both the safety and the miscellaneous plans. And so those increases at that time, or the increase that we're seeing now, is based on current conditions and the information that we have now compared to the information that the consultant had back in 2018 to develop those forecasts. And again, as we see It's about $1 million difference or higher for the 2023 forecast in the fiscal year 2028-29, with the 7.1 versus the 6.1 million. And again, mainly attributable to the growth in the unfunded liability. Next slide. So for the last component of this, the city does have the Section 115 Trust Fund, which is used to offset increases in the city's annual required contribution to CalPERS. The funds are restricted, meaning that they can only be used to transfer directly to CalPERS as a lump sum or to reimburse the city for contributions made to CalPERS, in which the city takes the latter approach. At that time that the trust fund was set up, the city did establish a formula to determine the amount of funds to transfer from the trust into the general fund annually. And the calculation is based on taking the difference between the required annual contribution for a given year and subtracting from that the annual required contribution for the baseline year, which was fiscal 2018-19. The trust fund is also estimated to last through the fiscal year 2029-30, after which the city will need to fund the full amount of the annual required contribution using other resources. Next slide. So here's just the depiction of the lifespan of the Section 115 Trust Fund. This is also pulled from the 10-year long-term financial forecast that was presented during the budget process. And again, we show that the Section 115 Trust is expected to be exhausted by the fiscal year 2029-30. Again, using the same calculation method that was used when the pension trust was established. So all of this information is more to provide a perspective from a budgetary impacts on an annual basis, as well as our long-term financial planning as we go into that process. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and we're both available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Guillory, for that presentation. We'll go to council for questions. Mayor Pro Tem Toms, any questions this evening?
No questions. No questions.
All right, Councilmember Tate.
No questions.
All right, Councilor Sasai.
No questions. Thank you.
All right, and Councilor Martinez Rubin.
No, I'll have questions next week. I have to absorb this. You both went through this so rapidly. I appreciate the preparation of what CalPERS has. I'm still on page 4 of the presentation by Mr. Pryor. So correct me here, what your preparation of these materials was particular to Pinole, yes? But the bar graphs are reflecting CalPERS, the amount of unfunded liability for CalPERS. Is that accurate? I'm looking at the bar graphs on page 4 and page 5, distinguished by the type of employee that we have. So that makes me wonder if those large amounts of 18 million for unfunded for miscellaneous and 25 million unfunded for safety projected in, gosh, what year ending 2022 are indeed ours or cities or CalPERS?
Those are the cities.
Those are the cities. So what
Those
is
are
that? So if you would please help me translate what I'm looking at here in the bar graphs. If I were to have a over dinner conversation with anyone outside of this dais, this means that all of the employees in Pinole who have had the experience of being employees here and are now retired, city has the obligation to pay them a pension relative to the year that they were hired and the type of employee that they are. And so come the year, well, if these were projections for 2022, it means that these are amounts that are unfunded as of today.
That's correct.
In 2023. Okay. Thank you for helping me understand that. And now the transfer over to particulars related to the trust fund. We have a little bit of a cushion through given the trust fund. Through what year? When is it that the funds will be exhausted? 29-30. Yes?
Yes.
29.
Yes.
Okay. But that cushion is definitely not anywhere near the 18 plus 25. 43 million that somehow the city of Pinole needs to have in order to meet its obligations to pay its retirees. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So next presentation will be how we'll go about doing so. And that's where the 10-year forecast comes in and the plan toward doing something with what money we have now to leverage or lever that to somehow build upon it and also get some outside source of revenue. Is that where we're heading? Director Guillory?
Yes, this will be used to inform the long-term financial plan.
Okay. As a plan, it'll be a presentation of a plan, and then it'll be up to council to make decisions about whether indeed we will proceed with sourcing those funds somehow. Yes? That's the expectation. I'm gearing myself up for that kind of discussion. Thank you so much. Both of you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councilor
Yeah.
Cave, and then we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
So, so 29/30 is our deadline, right? Or where this thing goes upside down. What? So I saw we have a bond, right, to help kind of bridge that. Is that really what we're talking about? And do we have more people retired than hired? I mean, if we might be paying more people who are retired from the city of Pinole than we have here, which changes it changes what we're spending. I mean, the people here, we'd have to hire more people. I guess what I'm saying is, to me, it seems like it's backwards. We should have more people on staff paying into this pension than retired or off the pension system. And I guess we're not the only city that's upside down like that. And the state seems to put that burden back onto cities, which we have to put this burden back onto our taxpayers to pay for. And I'm just trying to understand, like, that bond seemed like it was an emergency thing that was done way back when, and rather it be an emergency now, like, when do we take those steps to get a bond issued or to start looking at what that's gonna take, and hopefully our residents pay for it? I mean, like, because they have to say yes, and I'm a little, I want to make sure we get that messaging going early. I guess the question is, can we issue that bond earlier, number one, and number two, how do we prevent, if we issue that bond, is it going to be enough? And it seems like based on these projections, it's just not. We're just kind of borrowing for tomorrow, then borrowing again and again and again till 2050. Something like that. Did I get that right? Or I mean,
I'm
pretty much. Okay.
Can I? Yeah, so first, let me kind of address the issue of the number of retirees versus the number of actives. You have a lot more retired employees that are receiving the benefit than you do active employees. That in itself doesn't get the plan to be upside down or have an unfunded liability. That's kind of a natural position of a mature pension plan.
Okay.
So that isn't really the problem here. The problem here is the investment returns and the fact that CalPERS has decreased their discount rate. You know, from when you issued the first POB back in 2006, their discount, they assumed 7 3/4% return on the trust. Now they're down to 6.8. So that's mostly what's generated that the fact that you have an unfunded liability, like most agencies across the state. With respect to an additional pension obligation bond, keep in mind a pension obligation bond is basically kind of an arbitrage. It's you're borrowing money to pay CalPERS, right? And so If you can borrow money at very low rates and CalPERS can earn high returns, you're going to come out ahead on that transaction. If you have to borrow at very high rates and CalPERS earns very little on your money, you're going to come up upside down on that. So there've been a lot of pension obligation bonds going back, a year, 2, 3 years ago when interest rates were super low and agencies could borrow at, 3% and invest in money with CalPERS, hopefully get 7%. We're not seeing any interest at this point in pension obligation bonds with interest rates being so high. Now, the markets are changing, maybe that window will come back, but at this point in time, and we're not financial advisors, I'm just telling you what we're seeing out there in the market. Very few agencies pursuing pension obligation bonds at this point in time because of the high cost of borrowing.
But Doug, I gotta say this, like, this sounds illegal. Like, if we were borrowing money and then we're saying, hey, if we might make money on it, but if we don't, we're gonna need you to borrow more money to give us so that we can get there. And it just feels kind of like this is never ending. And I mean, I'm not sure, I'm not a financier, but it feels a little weird. It's like, oh yeah, we paid it off. Even if you did pay it off, it's like, no, just kidding. We need more money from you. And I'm just trying to figure out, there's gotta be somebody thinking about this at the state, trying to come up with solutions for it.
So if I may jump in, one thing that's changed at CalPERS is at the time that and Doug referenced this earlier, at the time that the city borrowed money, so those pension obligation bonds, that's kind of a fancy word. It's just a loan. The city took out a loan that it needed to repay at a certain rate. It's a variable rate and we can't change that now. But at the time, CalPERS allowed you to pay off a portion of your unfunded liability, something it called the side fund, and you would essentially get a fixed rate of return on your payoff of that. They weren't just pooling it into your entire invested assets. They were giving you credit at the fixed discount rate at the time. So it was actually quite sensible. CalPERS doesn't let you do this anymore for this reason. You used to be able to pay CalPERS. They would essentially give you credit for a guaranteed rate of return at the prior discount rate, which, as Doug said, was 7.75%. And you just needed to repay that loan at a lower rate than that. Some jurisdictions got these loans at a fixed interest rate. So they were guaranteed to have a positive return due to the strange accounting that CalPERS did. The situation is no longer like that. If we borrow money, as Doug said now, and we give it to CalPERS, it's just in the hopper with all of our other assets there. And if it loses money with all of CalPERS investments, then it's gone, right? And we're just repaying, we might be repaying a loan on money that's already evaporated in the market. So we wouldn't pursue the same approach any longer. And although it's not illegal, modern public finance practices, including from GFOA and other public finance institutions, strongly discourage POBs. But what we could do is look for another financing source of new revenue to make up this gap. And so that's what we need to do. And one final piece of analysis that I think we'll hope to get from Doug and his team at Foster and Foster is once the pension trust is exhausted, how much is our remaining unfunded liability? So we can factor that into one of the city's financial needs that you all address as part of the long-term financial plan. So we can see from this, what's being presented tonight, what the stream of required contributions is. What we want to do is figure out what kind of a present value of that is, so we can say, hey, when you all are doing this long-term financial plan, we've got $20 million in road needs over 10 years. We've got whatever it is, as we're paying this down, $20 million in unfunded pension. We've got the OPEB needs, and those all go into a big figure that then we figure out how to address either through new revenue or expenditure cuts. So that's, we want to get to figuring out what budget adjustments the future is going to require, in addition to figuring out what the big number is, so we can plan for that as part of the long-term financial plan. And I think one of the most significant points to communicate in this presentation, and something that's been a question, is when people who were here when the pension trust was established, with its initial deposit of $16 million. Based on that initial capitalization and its earnings, through over its lifetime, we will have paid out something like $22 million in payments out of that initial $16 million. And when it was created, there was a thought that maybe that would get us through this entire pay down of the unfunded liability. But what's happened is when we did that forecast initially, when we set up that trust, our expectation about what our future contributions to CalPERS were going to be was much lower than what we now know they are. And as Doug mentioned, one of the driving factors is lower return on investment at CalPERS, but it's other things that CalPERS has done. They've required cities to kind of accelerate their payments to pay down the unfunded liability to secure the pension fund. They've factored in new demographic assumptions. People are retiring earlier, they're living longer. So you've got an employee that who, if they retire earlier and live longer, all of a sudden you owe them more in a pension payment than you did just the other day. So CalPERS has made a lot of changes, which in principle, I think all public finance people and all public employers support, because we want our employees to be able to collect the pensions they've been guaranteed. But the reality of it is CalPERS is not making up the difference. It's the participating public agencies, the cities, or their employees through employee contributions that need to make up that shortfall.
All right. Are there any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes, thank you. I think that the most informative page on this PowerPoint is Marquisha's slide number 5, total pension costs. It's the one where you have what the total pension costs are, the transfer from the Section 115 trust. And so my question is that, in fiscal year 3031, we're going to have a bump that's a $3 million bump that's going to be required. The pension trust fund will have been exhausted. And, an expenditure starting of $3 million annually, and it actually will grow. I'm wondering if we can flatten that a little bit by, suffering some of the pain sooner. And that is not spending so much of the Section 115 trust and really stretching it out a bit. I'm wondering if that is, an alternative. And I know that you've got these in, the spreadsheet in formulas, and I'm just kind of curious, and I don't expect an answer now, but if we were to try to stretch it out, the transfer amount, how much would we have to commit from the general fund to make up that difference? Would it be advantageous to, trim our budget so that we can afford to do that, just so that we're not hit with a $3, $4, and $5 million delta from fiscal year 3031 through when it starts to go down in say 35, 36.
Yes, if I may respond
Sure.
to that. Definitely, if that is the council's direction to staff, we can do that. The formula that we're using is the formula that was established at that time in 2018. Staff has simply carried that forward. You may also be aware that there is not a formal policy in place for the transfer from the Section 115 trust. I mean, even if there were, council by all means could still change that policy. But that has been the standard practice that we've been using. And so if that is the council's direction for us to look at flattening that out so that we can address it, start to address it sooner and increase the lifespan of the trust, we could definitely do that.
Are there any other questions from council before we move on to public comment? All right, Deputy City Clerk Stone, do we have any public comments this evening on this item?
Yes, in person, we have Raphael Minutes.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Raphael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have a few comments about tonight's item. First off, with regards to table number 3, the comparison of the 2018 and 2023 total pension cost format, which is on page 267 out of 293 in the agenda packet. I note that the values listed for the pension obligation bond debt service of a 2018 forecast differ pretty drastically for the values listed of a 2023 forecast, both for the actuals of prior years and the predictions for future years. Is that because of the variable rate of the bond, meaning that the amount that actually need to be paid due to interest changed? Secondly, I note that I don't think there's a copy of the presentations, either Marquise's presentation or the Foster presentation on the city's website. Would it be possible for those presentations to be uploaded for future reference? Thirdly, I note that the magnitude of cost is assuming that, and Director Guillory can of course correct me if I'm wrong, but there won't be further decreases in the amount that CalPERS is able to actually pay their effective discount rate. That it's assuming it'll remain at basically the current 6.8% rather than drop closer and closer to the effective 5% on average rate. And that if it continued to drop, there would be even more costs associated with that. And I'm trying to keep all the various points in my head here. There was basically the net delta V is going to be, even if we're accounting for the $3 billion jump by spreading out the net effective lifetime of the 115 trust over more years, you're still effectively speaking going to have a larger net annual contribution than you do in the current fiscal year every year until fiscal year 2044-45, even assuming that the discount rates don't get worse, which, as Mr. Pryor noted in his presentation for Foster and Foster, is unlikely due to the increasingly conservative assumptions that CalPERS is going to be making in order to try and stabilize and avoid volatility like we had last year with the 7% loss. So I guess I would know that there's going to need to be significant revenue changes in order to be even greater expected costs that are listed here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
All right, then we'll go back to council for other questions, comments, or additional action on this item. It is a report, so other options are to continue this item or just receive the report as is. All right, not seeing any hands, not seeing any fingers. Great, so it seems like we're not going to take any action on this item. Director Guillory, do you have any final thoughts on this before we move to the next item?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you again for your presentation and thank you for the memo. We look forward to the next steps in this conversation, which will be our long-term financial plan assessment. And so this is a great report and we'll take those next steps there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is item 12B, which is options for a comprehensive public art program. This is a report and to provide staff direction. And the presentation will be given by Director Whalen. Good evening again.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My colleague Jeremy Rogers, our Community Services Director, and I will be giving this presentation, and Jeremy will kick it off for us.
Good evening, Director Rogers.
Good evening. Next slide, please. So what is public art? Public art is simply art in public spaces. It can be accessible via both physically and visually. Public art includes murals, sculptures, memorials, architecture pieces, community art, digital media, and even performance and festivals. There are many benefits to public art, Some of those benefits are that provides a positive impact on communities by supporting beautification, economic growth and sustainability, attachment and culture identity, as well as many other options. Next slide, please. Currently, here in Pinole, we have 7 murals and 6 public tile mosaics. Next slide.
And so the next 3 slides here cover the existing city policies related to public art. The city hasn't developed a public art policy yet or a formal public art program, and therefore we currently lack policies related to curating, installing, and maintaining public art. That said, the city's general plan and specific plan provide guidance that could be used in developing these types of policies. Next slide, please. So the general plan has a handful of policies that provide guidance for public art in the city. The community character element and the land use and economic development element touch on actions to develop community entry features at key locations in the city to promote a sense of arrival into Pinole, promote wayfinding, and incorporate community landmarks, history, and our future into the city's public places. Additionally, a program to identify historical structures, places, and events is recommended in the general plan. In terms of authority, the general plan suggests that the Community Services Commission would be the best to lead the establishment of a public art program, directing the use of public funds for art in public places, encouraging the use of art in private development projects, and administering other cultural and artistic programs in the city as deemed appropriate by the council. And the municipal code already includes, as a part of the duties of the Community Services Commission, advising on arts and cultural activities in the city. Next slide, please. The city's 3 corridors specific plan touches on private and public realm guidelines related to public art. On private property, the specific plan encourages public art to be integrated into private development projects in ways by including water features, murals, and sculptures, or into public infrastructure, such as bike racks, gates, and benches. On public property, the specific plan recommends that the city consider initiating an art in public places program that can provide guidance as well as layout guidelines for the design and placement of art in Pinole. The plan also recommends that all capital improvement and development projects should explore the integration of public art into the design of public streetscape elements. And furthermore, public art should reflect the spirit and character of the community and should be encouraged in a variety of locations in the city. And finally, the specific plan cautions that considerations for the durability of public art against weather and vandalism should also be given. Next slide, please. And I think I'll hand it off to Jeremy here.
Thank you, Lily. The city has not adopted any measures to ensure consistent funding for public art. There is a small public art fund that was established in the early 2000s. That fund has just under $96,000 in that account. However, the city has not adopted policies on how to expand those funds. So that would be recommended in the next steps. Next slide, please. Let's talk about the Art in Public Places program. As Lily said, the city's 3 quarters specific plan encourages the city to consider initiating an Art in Public Places program. This program could support the integration and maintenance of site-specific installations and unique public art in public places that reflect the history and values that we hold here in Pinole. This program would also address donations of art from community groups, include a policy related to gifts and loans of artwork, support local nonprofit arts and cultural organizations for community-based art activities, and establish an interest-bearing arts fund. Next slide, please. The components of this program, Public Art Review Authority, funding, site and artist selection, documentation, maintenance of the art, acquisition and removal of public art, receipt of public art gifts, educational opportunities and community engagement, and finally, accessibility. Next slide, please. I will turn it back over to Lily.
Thank you. So the potential funding source is a % for art program, which could work in tandem with a comprehensive art in public places program. The term percent for art refers to a policy and program that requires development projects to include publicly accessible art into the development, or alternatively pay an in lieu fee that would fund public art in other locations in the city. Percent for art programs have been successfully implemented throughout the United States for many years. In Contra Costa County, the cities of Brentwood, El Cerrito, Lafayette, Richmond, San Pablo, and San Ramon and Walnut Creek all have adopted percent for art programs focused on private development. Likewise, some jurisdictions impose a similar percent for art policy on publicly funded capital projects to ensure that public art is incorporated into, on, or adjacent to the project or building being constructed. And this guarantees a funding stream for public art projects, regardless of what happens to other art funding in the city. And it guarantees that public art projects will be planned each year as long as municipal construction continues. Next slide, please. So some points of consideration that are reflected in the staff report when exploring a percent for art ordinance. First is to consider the types of development projects, both private and public, that would be subject to the ordinance and be required to integrate public art into their projects. Many cities determine this by defining the development thresholds that trigger the ordinance in terms of minimum development costs, type of use, or minimum square footage. So for example, projects over $200,000 in San Pablo trigger the percent for art ordinance. In Walnut Creek, residential developments that involve 6 or more units trigger the ordinance. In Lafayette, developments of 5,000 or more gross floor area. And in Richmond, any capital improvement projects with a budget of $300,000 or more triggers the ordinance. So another component to consider is to set the level of required investment in on-site public art. Most cities set the requirement at providing public art equal to 1% of the construction cost of the project, hence the percent for art nomenclature. Most cities also provide an alternative to the on-site provision of public art, which is an in lieu fee. This fee would be contributed to the Public Arts Fund. Most cities assign the same percentage as the on-site provision of art, while some cities discount the required percentage. And most cities finally provide exemptions for certain project types for a variety of reasons. So for example, many cities provide an exemption for affordable housing projects from the requirement of the ordinance in order to reduce additional development costs to the applicant. So as touched on by Jeremy, Art in Public Places program would address more comprehensive considerations, such as not limited to selection of public sites for public art, gift and donation policies, the selection of artists, the ownership of art, and public art and education programs. Next slide, please.
Okay, I will talk about where we go from here. The city will work with the Community Service Commission to develop recommendations for Art in Public Places program. We will work with the Planning Commission to develop recommendations for a percent for art ordinance that Lily talked about. We'll also consult with the Pinole artisans and other professionals in our local area to provide recommendations on the maintenance and preservation of the current art that we have that I mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. So now we turn it over to you guys. What questions do you have for Lily and myself?
Great. Thank you again, Director Rogers and Director Whalen, for that presentation. It is great to see those visuals in our community. We'll go to council for questions. Mayor Pro Tem Toms, any questions?
Sure. Just thinking about if we did start to collect development fees for public art, would it be something like the Community Services Commission that would help identify a piece of public art where the location might be, or would it be staff? Just kind of thinking about how something like that would be implemented.
Yes, the Community Services Commission would, everything would funnel through that organization or that group. Staff could recommend it. We will have an application process or part of this program would have an application process that would go to the Community Services Commission, and they would vet that through.
All right, thank you. Counselor Tave, do you have any questions?
Yeah, as far as that you mentioned that there was a percent fee, would that go to the maintenance of current art or installation of new art, or is it up to the committee to figure that out?
I can touch on that. So the cities that I looked at in terms of their existing percent for art ordinances usually had the requirement for maintenance of public art on a private development be in an agreement with the developer that they are required to maintain that art piece through the life of the project. And then if they did decide to pay an in lieu fee instead of having art integrated into the development, then that in lieu fee could be put towards the procurement of public art in the city, towards maintenance costs of other public art in the city. There would be a policy that dictates how those funds could be spent, but definitely maintenance could be included.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Sasai, do you have any questions?
No questions or comments for later. Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Martinez Rubin? Do you have any?
No, I'll reserve for comments. Thank you.
All right, then we'll open up to the public comment. Deputy City Clerk Stone, do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, Irma Ruport.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. Mayor, I love this project. I really do. As currently, I was appointed to the Community Services Commission about a couple of months ago. And I surely think that the Community Services Commission can do this. I think that one of the things that I learned when I was appointed, that each member represents a school. So maybe the public, for us to go out there to the schools, get in the arts program, and bring the public and community into this art program. I think it's wonderful. And I see we have a starting budget of $95,000 according to what I read in this brochure. So I think it's a wonderful idea, bringing it to the community services. The only thing I do want to make a comment about, I spoke to one of the Pinole artisans member a couple of weeks ago before this came out. And I asked them why they haven't been out here to come out, and because some of the arts out there need some help, need painting and murals, and maybe they could bring some kind of a program like this. And she did mention that in the past, they've approached the city with no comment, or no one's responded to them. So we have Pinole artisans, bring them back. I'd like to reach out to them, and maybe they could come to the Community Services Commission, the meeting that we have this project, so they can come and discuss ways and means that they can give us some advice on how to pursue this. I think it would be a great idea. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item?
Yes. Neosha Nafi Jamali. Forgive me if I mispronounce.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, and thanks to former Mayor Vincent Salini, who brought to attention, I believe last year, to ask for a public art mural that will bring communities closer and will address the issues in hand. As a citizen, a US citizen, but being born in Iran, I'm sure you are aware of all that happened with women life freedom movement last year, which in 2 months would be the anniversary of the death of Mahsa Amini, who led into the women movement, being the voice of voiceless through art. I personally, as someone who have been with art, I'm founding a nonprofit art organization and being in the community for 32 years with the youth, with different cities, promoting art through dance, music, painting, having murals this beautiful project and this public art project that City of Pinole is hopefully thinking a little more about it and bringing, like, if there is this movement, which is worldwide, bringing communities together we have amazing artists that through their painting and murals in the city that can bring awareness in the future. It's history, it's culture, and it results in unity and love. Every time in a lot of cities have adopted, like they have murals, and a lot of them are funded either privately or the artist donated. But if a city can represent that, that would be fantastic. I personally also am all for festivals, art and wine festival. We did it in San Ramon. Any cities, if you guys can put it in your program as a citizen personally and as Iranian community, Iranian American community, I can be grateful for that. And I hope you consider that for women, life, freedom, to be the voice of all the voiceless people that they've gone through hardship. They fought for women's rights, for human rights, basic human rights. If we can have those on the wall as a mural, would be amazing. And we do have an amazing artist who can make that happen too, if the city supports that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Yes, Vincent Salimi.
Good evening, City Council, Vincent Salimi. Thank you for bringing this item on the agenda. I am in favor of this item. I think diversity, it's what defines Pinole. Not just the diversity from our past, but today's diversity. I believe Pinole is the sixth most diverse city in the state of California, but we have, I'm looking at the City Council today. We have African American, we have Latina, we have Filipino, we have women representing the city, and this is what Pinole is about. And I strongly encourage the city to adopt a policy that reflects what Pinole Live is about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rafael Menace.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, or public. My name is Rafael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I've got a few comments and questions on this item. First off, looking at table number 1, in particular on page 276 out of 293, artist selection. One of the questions that's asked is whether preference will be given to local artists. I know that for some things, the question of whether or not we can give particular kinds of preference depends on the source of funding, like federal funding basically means you can't do local hire preferences and so on. If the city is basically charging private developers a development fee in order to install public art or in lieu, would that create any particular limitations on how hiring can be done for the public art? Secondly, with regards to the messages that the public art would represent, would the city be able to have any influence on what message was in the public art? Would that be primarily be determined by the developer? Would there be a set of themes the city would want to rotate through? Or would it be something the city could say, we want there to be a mural that says women, life, freedom on wall X in project Y? If that's the case, then what limitations would the First Amendment place on the ability of the city to directly indicate what sort of public art can be required or suggested? Thirdly, with regards to the maintenance of existing public art, I know that the report states there are numerous already existing public murals in the city that don't currently have a plan or funding sources set aside for their maintenance. Separately from setting up a percent for art for new projects, would the city be willing to consider setting up a plan to evaluate the conditions of existing murals and their maintenance? Because I know that the city may not have the time necessarily to implement a full-on policy and a percent for art and so on and so forth. But I think if the city doesn't necessarily have the time for that, I think it definitely should have the time for and make a priority evaluating the condition of existing public art and making sure that it can be maintained and kept intact into the future, because it's a boon to the city, the public art that already exists. And I personally think that it should be maintained and kept vibrant for as long as it's feasible. And that's all my comments on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item?
Yes, we have one online, Dina Asna. Miss Asna, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hi, yes, good evening. Thank you very much for accepting this. And I'm so sorry that I couldn't be there tonight in person. My name is Dina Asna. I'm founder and director of a nonprofit, East Bay, actually based with a mission statement of empowering women through art. I would love also to see that definitely I'm very excited for the city of Pinole welcoming public art as a mural, which is going to be very much engaging the community, being a conversation point and drawing attention, more attention to this beautiful city. We started earlier this year, we launched a Women Life Freedom Quilt project, and we got so much attention, and I would love to have it for Pinole as well. What happened is with this project, we stand at the intersection of art, women's rights, and also the beauty of bringing a community together. My recommendation would be also, if you can consider this, we are here to help whatever we can as a nonprofit, as an individual, as a community. And also I would like to tell this, that every society, every community who put the attention and bring the light towards women's and art, you are actually inviting inclusivity, creativity, and also the kind of a beauty of having the diversity in your community, because these two alone, women and also the creativity and art, they are symbol of this. I want to finish my point with this kind of a beautiful quote that inspires me every day. That says, art is to disturb the comfort and is to comfort the disturbed. So I hope you can come with the conclusion that woman life freedom goes beyond the border of Iran. This is actually answering or putting light in an issue that a lot of women and LGBT community are facing in today's world. And I'm very excited for this opportunity. Again, if anything that we can help, we are here to help, and would love to hear the feedback from the council members and city council. Thank you.
There are no more public comments.
All right, thank you, Deputy City Clerk Stone, and thank you to all the public commenters. I'll take it back to council for questions, comments, or other motions. Councilor Desai, sorry, a little late.
So, thank you. Thank you, Director Rogers, for the presentation, the work you put into this really comprehensive report on next steps on establishing a public art program in Pinole. One thing that comes to mind immediately, I try to run from Pinole Shores down to end of Old Town Pinole in the mornings. And one thing that always bothers me is the mural on San Pedro Avenue and Oak Ridge by the West Cat bus stop. And it's you know, there's varying conditions to all the murals we have in Pinole, but that one has really been deteriorated, and it's a bad look for the city. So you know, one of the public commenters mentioned the $95,000 in the existing public art funds. I see it as an opportunity to first rehabilitate the existing murals and public art that we do have. And secondly, just a process with this program also coming through the Community Services Commission. I see it also as an opportunity to reassess the content and evaluate the appropriateness of existing public art. As we see some of the photos here in the report and the presentation on our existing public art, some of them involve the city seal, which at some point and hopefully early next year will be replaced by one that is culturally appropriate. But also there are some other murals of public art in Pinole. The building that is right next to the public safety building where the real estate agency is. The top has a second story has a mural there. I believe there is a depiction of a Native American person on there as well. And so, you know, going back to the item that we had on the council a few months back that sparked this ad hoc committee for a new city seal, the comments from Karina Gould, who's a representative of the Ohlone people who's inhabited here in Pinole. We have to avoid the mascotization, but also the inaccurate depiction of Ohlone people who inhabited this area. Finally, you know, as I work collaboratively with staff on the SEPTED and facade improvement rebate program, you know, which is going to come to council and hopefully be approved. But I see that as also an avenue to do some outreach for owners of property that is existing here in Pinole and also public facing, you know, ways to incorporate more public art in our streets here. And then lastly, I think, you know, this is a great item in general. Thank you to, I think it's former Mayor Salimi and also Councilor Tave who requested items for this discussion. You know, public art can really build community here. You know, whether you're, you know, we're incredibly diverse, and whether you're Latina or Filipino or LGBTQIA plus, this is an avenue for our community to be seen and for them to be reflected in our in Pinole. And also, it's just a great opportunity to reduce graffiti, illegal dumping, all the things that we see as blight here in Pinole. So happy to support this.
Thank you, Councilor Sasai. Are there any other comments? Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you for putting together this comprehensive report. I'm glad to see that we might be ahead of the game being the county's work toward establishing some sort of commission that's going to focus on the arts. So there may be some sharing that can occur between the city and what the county has to date gathered with regard to input from what is considered to be public art and or whatever actions they're going to take based on the formation of I believe it's a commission that they're requesting input. So the opportunity to enhance historical, cultural artwork is there. The opportunity to create, maintain and create pieces that reflect the history, the culture, the diversity of Pinole beyond what a nonprofit organization may advocate for or is capable of doing. Because over time, even the Pinole artisans and the Pinole Historical Society, which have had an interest in maintaining some of the artwork that represents the history in the city, have only so much capacity to do that because often the cost associated. But beyond that, because the involvement of a government in supporting local government, in supporting its own reflections of what it represents via art is also an indication of how governance can enhance the quality of life of its residents and the community building aspects that public art has or provides. So thank you for putting the report together. What I'm looking for here is I'm looking at both of you, even via Zoom, quite serious, except for Director Whalen now. I see a little smile. Okay, there you go, Director Rogers. But this ought to be, you know, among those kinds of set of tasks associated with the program that are going to yield beauty, fun, and those kinds of aspects of community life that are more than just what is going to yield a return on investment. the investment return here is about having opportunities, experiences that end up supporting existing artwork, the maintenance of it, and creating opportunities for new artwork, because there's certainly some amount of subjectivity, but overall, and what art is, right? But overall, the idea to have pieces that move one emotionally, that also reflect or allow us to reflect on what it is to live in a space, an semi-urban, suburban space that increasingly gets denser and denser. I think we have an opportunity here to help balance all the hardscape and concrete and asphalt that we're surrounded by, or whatever new street paving products there may be out there for us to use. That to have a balance of that along with the experiential, cultural, artistic representations of life in Pinole is absolutely part of essential services that a city can sponsor. So thank you for your work, and I look forward to this, and would greatly support the different steps that you have outlined for us that you can help us get to an ordinance that allows for some forgetting the language here that you use, to have some revenues, because I think there was a little bit of foresight when the Gateway project was sort of put into place, but evidently not a formal kind of program that has endured to date, to have us continue to request from developers a little funding that can be set aside and can grow. So thank you for your work, and I look forward to the next steps and would greatly support. And if I may, I will move that some of the direction that we provide here will reflect the steps that staff have outlined. Thank you.
Great. Are there any other comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem Toms?
I would just echo the comments of the other council members that this was a really great report. I would like to see, one of the first items that gets done out of this program is the rehabilitation of one of the mural. And then I would look forward to other installations, whether they're murals, sculptures, other displays. And I really like the idea of, festivals, events that really push art and music. So again, thank you for the report, and thank you for the members of the public that came out.
Great. Councilmember Tave, do you have any questions or comments?
No, none at this time.
Okay. I do have a few comments. First of all, I want to just say thank you, Director Rogers, and thank you, Director Whalen, for your presentation. I was pleasantly surprised to see the intersection between community development and community services. It's a great partnership. I did want to amplify a couple of things that I think I wanted to provide as an offering. First and foremost, love the framework of this being held with the Community Services Commission. I think this would be a great project. It's also nice to, I'm sure, for a commissioner to see some type of budget. I'm sure that gets their eyes a little bit excited, and hopefully get them, into their true innovative and creative minds to see what we can develop. You obviously have created a great framework to support them in that. So thank you again for setting this all up. I am in full support of all of the staff recommendations. I did again want to just provide a couple offerings. The first and foremost, I wanted to start off by just affirming just our council's and our city's commitment to what we say in our land acknowledgement, right, which is building partnership and stewardship with the Ohlone people. And so as we think about art, public art, I want to make sure that we center our Indigenous peoples in that framework and in the values that we uplift. So just again, offering that to you all as you bring that to the public and the Community Services Commission, as we think about ways that we can honor the original people of this land and really build, a culturally both relevant, culturally sensitive art projects with them. So I just wanted to say that. Something that's always intriguing to me is that I love Bayfront Park. I oftentimes walk there. It's not the best smelling park because of the wastewater treatment plant, but it's certainly one of the most beautiful ones. But it is of interest to me in how some of these unlikely places around the city can instill some type of art. And I think that's one of the areas that I'm really intrigued about. We see a lot of art and photography through Bayfront Park. Many, artists take, photographs around that area. But what would it take to make that wastewater treatment plant a little bit more beautiful with a piece of art, maybe on, the brick wall or something? So I'm just really interested in how we can identify some of these unlikely places as centers for public art as well, which I'm sure you thought about, but I'm just thinking, again, offering that to you as you consider that. Additionally, I wanted to ensure that you all are also bringing together what I think are the 2019, maybe 2020 ad hoc beautification subcommittee recommendations. One of them was to, one of the recommendations from the ad hoc committee was to instill and support a program to support utility boxes. I think the city of El Cerrito, as well as a couple of other cities I know in Southern California, they've done a really good job at commissioning artists to support utility boxes. Again, a very unlikely place to put art, but once it's there, you really, really see it, and it has a tremendous beauty in so many communities. And I think particularly for a city like Pinole, because we have so much of the wires in the air due to the PG&E lines, those utility boxes are an added asset that we are not taking advantage of. So I just wanted to make sure you all are seeing and using that data from that report in line with this. A couple of other things I wanted to mention, I think just wanted to offer and ensure that we're also working in coordination with other agencies. I think certainly the county's art council, they've done surveys and a number of public engagement workshops this year to define the county art strategy. So just wanted to make sure like we're looped into that as a city. West Contra Costa Unified, earlier this year, I did a town hall with Collins Elementary School's Parent Teacher Association. And there's high interest in the front-facing Collins building that faces San Pablo Avenue, Pinole Valley Road, that being a mural. So I just want to make sure that we're, again, aligning with the West Contra Costa Unified School District, especially where our campuses are, and partnering with them, of course, with the students to commission art, but also just in terms of the buildings and what we can do around the actual campus infrastructure. Doing that. That also goes, I think, for the East Bay Regional Parks facilities as well, and just seeing how we can, again, align that. Unlikely places, again, I just wanted to circle back on that. Also, I'm thinking a lot about trees. I think there was some interest in when we did a resolution a year ago, there was some interest in doing an Iranian human rights installation around like some of our trees. So just thinking about ways that we can, like, again, keep to our trees, support. I know we have some development around like new trees in our city, but just having those as unlikely places that could have art. Our roads, the movement for Black Lives has really pushed in many cities. I think Richmond has an installation where they've painted Black Lives Matter on their roads as an art installation. So just thinking about ways that we can use our roads and our crosswalks as well. I love going to cities, particularly like West Hollywood, that have, rainbow crosswalks. I envision that at the intersection of San Pablo Avenue and Tenet. I think if I say that enough, maybe it'll happen one day. But really thinking about ways that we can use that critical infrastructure that we already have as both pieces of art, but also beautification for our city. And then banners, of course, right? I think oftentimes when we think of banners, we view them as advertisement, but they can truly be a way for us to install art occasionally as well. All of this to say, I think this also plays into, and this is why I thought it was really exciting to see you both partner on this, is it does play into two pieces that I think are really interesting for the city. One is around kind of like the economic development plan's vision for tourism in Pinole, and what I read as ecotourism, right? And like how we map that out. I think this is a huge opportunity for that. But I also would be remiss if I didn't bring it up. Public art is a way, and many cities have used it as a way of addressing climate action. So the UCLA Luskin School put out with the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, put out a report that helps city leaders essentially work with community-based organizations and artists to develop shade and cooling infrastructure, especially cities dealing with extreme heat like ours. And so one of the ways in which this could be possible is that the painting that are used or redone can be like reflective paint. And that way it actually does play a part in our city's kind of climate action and adaptation efforts. And so I'm just interested in how we can, again, like leverage maybe that kind of thought process in terms of building this out. And I'm interested to know how that goes. And then I just wanted to say just this, that came to mind actually right now, which is, you know, I think we think a lot about art that we see, and I wanted to maybe just take a step back and think about like accessibility of art. Perhaps there are some people in our community who can't see art, so maybe they need to, or they can hear it. Maybe things, one of the really cool things I saw at the Richmond Arts Center about a month ago was there's a project called the Richmond Community Listening Project, where it wasn't actually an art installation or painting traditionally. It was I put on earphones and heard people speak. So it wasn't something I can see, just something I could hear. And so just thinking about ways that we can, again, offer, as we develop this program, different ways for folks who are differently able to receive art and offer art. So those are things that come to mind. But again, thank you so much for just merging. And I think this partnership between the two departments, I think is really critical. But again, like, so much thanks to Councilmember Tave and of course, Mayor Emeritus Salimi for your vision in terms of getting us there. And let's keep pushing. I would love that. So that concludes my comments, and I'm happy to circle back to Council or Director Whalen and Rogers for final thoughts if you have any. Not seeing any. No worries. All right, so Council, back to you for staff direction. I think I heard some consensus around the staff recommendations, but if there's a formal motion, that would probably be good.
Go ahead and move that the council, let me gather my thoughts here. I'll move that the council support the recommendations presented by staff regarding the development of a public art program.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Wonderful. All right, any questions on the motion? Other comments? All right, Deputy City Clerk Stone, please call the roll.
Okay. Council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Desai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tom,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries. Thank you.
great, thank you. Are there any other motions on this item? Oh, thank you. Any other motions on this item? All right, not seeing anything. Thank you again. And thank you to the public commenters. Looking forward to working with you and partnering to get some art in Pinole. Great. So the next item is item number 12C, steps required to sell the Faria House. This is an action item to receive a report and provide direction. And this evening we have Director Mishra staffing this report.
Thank you. Good evening again. So this, I'm just going to provide a short background for Faria House. Next slide, please. So the city owns this two-story house located at 2100 San Pablo Avenue, known as Faria House. The building was constructed in 1890. In June 2020, City Council created the Faria House Ad Hoc Committee to provide recommendations on the use of the house. In November 2020, Faria House Ad Hoc Committee provided its findings, and the City Council discussed approving a memorandum of understanding between the city and Pinole History Museum regarding the renovation of the Faria House and its lease to PHM, but did not take any action. The City Council directed staff at its meeting in June 29, 2021, to return to Council with a recommendation on the next steps of the Faria House renovation. And the history of the ownership, the city's ownership of and plans for the Faria House are well described in various staff reports and in a detailed staff report during the November 17, 2020 council meeting. And that was also attached as a part of the staff report. Yeah. So the steps are required to sell the Faria house as the property was bought and the land also was in a different transaction. So this house and the property must be declared as a surplus land that can be done with a resolution by the council. And their rezoning may be necessary and would require initiation of general plan, specific plan, zoning ordinance, and map amendments. And notice to certain public agency may have to be given, that is per Surplus Land Act. And a good faith negotiation must be done with those interested public agencies. And if no agreement is reached within 90 days, the city can market to sell the property to any interested party. And this property must be sold at a fair market value if it is not sold to an affordable housing developer. And the details of further details of the sale process was included in the staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Director Mishra. I will go to council questions first. Mayor Pro Tem Toms, any questions?
Thank you. Couple of questions that I have. The city purchased the property from what I understood at the time was the redevelopment agency because it was on the long-range property management plan. Because the assets from the former redevelopment agency went into two buckets. One was a housing asset, which the city is the housing successor, and the other is the long-range property management plan in which the oversight board or the successor agency holds that. So I'm a little bit confused in that if the city bought the property from the redevelopment agency, why are we now calling it a housing asset? Wouldn't it be a city asset? And that kind of circles around to the revenue that the city would get from a sale having to go back into the housing fund when the funds, I think we just need to take a careful look. Did the funds from when the city paid $30,000 for it, did that already go back into the fund, or did it go to the successor agency and then get distributed to all of the taxing entities? That's number one. And then the other piece is where you mentioned that we would have to do a rezoning. That discussion happened before we comply with the Surplus Lands Act. And if our specific plan suggests that it be commercial mixed use, that's what our zoning is. So would it then be the responsibility of somebody purchasing the property to go through the entitlement pieces? And then I'm also on HCD's website about exemptions to the Surplus Lands Act. And I'm just wondering about if in our specific plan, we have goals for this site to be commercial mixed use. Is there an exemption? It's not clear to me if there is an exemption, if this would qualify, but I think those are things that are worth looking at. Whatever the next use is, I would like to see it as a commercial mixed use so that, it is available for, say, customers to go into a business or, whatever use there possibly could be. So I think there's, some things that we need to sort out to make sure that we're on the right path. So those are kind of the questions. I don't know if we can get an answer or if that's something to just look into.
Director Mishra or City Attorney Casher, would you all be able to answer any of those questions?
I have
our assistant city attorney, Alex Mogg, who assisted in the research related to the staff report. Alex, if you're able to answer any of those questions, I think some of this we definitely want to follow up on.
Yeah, good evening, Council, Mayor and Council. So, Councilmember Toms, to go back to, I think, your first question, the properties were transferred at the time of dissolution to the, as a housing asset. And then the city decided to buy outright the house, but not the property. So the property remains like the underlying ground remains a housing asset, but the house itself is owned outright by the city. And so we'd have to get appraisals and split up the price, the proceeds from those two, the sale of those two things, depending on how they were sold. So that's the answer to that question. The other things we may have to look into a little bit more regarding the specific plan designation.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. There's mention in the staff report that there's been an appraisal done as recently as March of 2023. Are we at is that correct?
That's correct.
Are we at liberty to, can be public information what that, the value of that appraisal is?
Yes, I believe the appraisal is around $340,000.
This is just for the house itself.
For the house and the property and the as-is condition.
Okay. Related to how I imagine assumed proceeds would be distributed. Can one of you please, staff or city attorney, assistant city attorney, describe the need to have those proceeds go to a certain to different entities prior to the city actually obtaining some of those? And then what percentage, even based on that value, what percentage or what amount would be the estimate proceeds that the city would receive?
Yeah, so council member, the appraisal identifies, and I don't remember, Sanjay may have the breakdown, but it identifies the value of the property and the value of the house itself. And so if the property was sold at that full price, the portion of the proceeds, these are just random numbers, but let's say it was valued at $300,000 and $200,000 was the property and $100,000 was the house. And we sold the property for $300,000, then that $100,000 would go into the general fund because the city owns the house outright, and that $200,000 would go into the housing fund because it's owned by the city as a housing asset.
So there would be no distribution to entities other than the city?
Correct, because the city now owns the property either as a housing asset or through the general fund. It's not owned by the successor agency. Any part of it's not owned by the successor agency.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. If I just allow me some time, I do have a few other questions. The qualifications for an entity that would express interest within the allotted period, and this is assuming that this property would be sold, or the set of properties to be sold. Would the qualifications be based on intended use?
I believe this the Surplus Lands Act identifies some of those public agencies who need to be notified for if this property is going to be sold. And if they showed interest, then we do the good faith and negotiation. But usage of the property is definitely going to affect the zoning. I mean, for the zoning, and the intended agency should be either they pursue after the purchase to change the zoning, to go through a process to their intended use, or they agree to the current zoning and make use of the property?
And if I can add to that, the city has gone through the disposition process for a number of other surplus properties recently. It would be the same process. For the city council, the city would be in a position of making a decision, assuming there are multiple offers between different offers based on the price being offered, the use, and other factors.
The disposition of properties that you've alluded to, city manager, that was pretty much already determined that they would be houses or residents or living units, right? We're not there yet for this particular property.
That's not my recollection. I think we considered different potential uses, including some mixed uses, including my recollections correct regarding the Collins house. I believe somebody that was a live work
Yes,
location. So
thank you.
yeah,
Mhm.
no, I don't think we predetermined necessarily.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I might have one more for you, or else I might have to come back. Let's come back.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure. Any other questions from council before we go to public comment? All right, then we'll go to Deputy City Clerk Stone for for any public comments this evening on this item.
Irma Report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. Mayor, this evening, when I read the agenda, I decided not to write anything, read it, and just think out loud what I want to say. This Faria has been a very, very, how should I say it? An item that's been very upsetting to the community. That it really has divided the city. The Faria house, we spend so much money. As a taxpayer, I'm very offended. I've asked the city many times over in the past, requested financial records, requested attorney fees, staff time. How much money have we spent on this house? Sometimes no records, no financial records. Mayor, years in the past, in my opinion, this is a dead horse. Sell it. Sell it at whatever means. Get it off the taxpayers' back. If you want it, buy it. Fund it yourself. This has really, really been very controversial. I've lived here over 40 years, and I'm really through with this item. It's on your watch. You inherited this. You didn't run a campaign to bring this controversial issue and have people out there debating back and forth, relationships, friendships down the tooth because one wants one and one doesn't want to sell it. It's over. Call it. It's over, everybody. The taxpayers cannot afford it. I don't care what you do with it, but do it now, today, not tomorrow. And I just want to mention real quickly, next year, 2024, 2 seats will be up. Tonight will be the night. Taxpayers will remember who voted for this item to continue. Vote it down, put it on sale. Thank you.
David Report.
Again, good evening, staff, city council, the public here and who's also watching at home. I'm going to echo some of my wife's comments on this item. Unfortunately, this particular item on the agenda has been one of the longest running issues in the city for as long as I've been here. I've been here 46 years as a full citizen. And the only consistent thing is that we get deeper and deeper into the problem without getting a solution. Tonight we have a solution is actually take a negative asset, which is cost us lots of money, which nobody really knows the exact figure, and will cost us in the future if we pursue using an asset that's actually taken away from our scant funds. And I would like to say briefly, and thank you to the staff and the city manager for everybody who's actually taken a great look at the accounting factors of what a project, what we're looking like, or any other project, it really doesn't matter, is that we have not all the funds in the world to do everything. And especially when these funds are taken away from basic issues that the city needs to deal with. And the concept that has been passed down through this whole process has been the city is flush with money, and we now realize that we don't have a whole lot of money, and that part of that money or savings or balancing the budgets was by using deferred maintenance as a tool to lead us to believe we had lots of extra money, which we don't. In the current 10-year plans and the other budgetary items that we're now using that we weren't have exposed the fact that we don't have that type of luxury to spend. Again, I think the details here, as far as what the city is doing, have to be worked out. And there are valid questions which you asked to initiate the sale, but the sale has to be done. The longer it goes, and again, I've been watching this for a long time. I've got 5,000 pages worth of history on some of the things that you're asking that are buried in this long, arduous process. It's not continuous. It's something here, something there, decisions made, we backward, forwards, and the costs go up. So you're going to have to look at those and really deal them out, because I've looked at 5,000 pages of city documents. I went through a couple of thousand other documents provided by Pinole Historic Museum and the Society, and they all come to contrary solutions and opinions. But I think the details are there. So again, I'm going to reiterate, you're doing the right decision tonight if you vote on making this house sold, so we can get out of the business of doing one thing and not doing another, which is making our city poorer. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item?
Yes, Raphael Menace.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Raphael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole. And there's something I don't understand about this agenda item. And that is that it states that whether the city decides to sell the underlying property, the land, and the house itself, or just the house with a ground lease itself, the process that needs to be gone through is the same, even though the house was purchased from the redevelopment agency to make it not a housing property, to enable whatever use the council, past, present, or future, desires to make of it. So my first question is, if just the house is sold alone with a ground lease to the property, why would that trigger the Surplus Lands Act requirements and so on and so forth if there's no fundamental change of control in the underlying property, which is generally agreed as a housing element, and the house itself is what changes hands, and it's generally agreed that's not housing because the city explicitly made it that. Because what's really underlying this whole conversation is, would the Historical Society be able to purchase the Faria House for use as a museum? That's not explicitly stated anywhere in the agenda packet, but it's generally understood that that's sort of the underlying context of this item. And I think it's worth stating that subtext explicitly as text. And what the agenda item seems to be saying is basically, no, it wouldn't be able to do that because of the Surplus Lands Act requirements, meaning that it would have to go through this whole process of being used as affordable housing, whether or not the house itself was sold and not the underlying land, or whether the land and the house themselves are sold. So I want to get that cleared up because I think that ties into sort of the actual conflict underlying this. Is it possible for the Historical Society to purchase the house alone and not the underlying land and not have to convert it into affordable housing to be able to redevelop it as a museum, which I assume would be their intent in purchasing it? Or would any entity, whether the Historical Society or otherwise, that purchased the house, whether it be as part of the house and the land or the house alone, be required to redevelop it as affordable housing? Because the agenda packet seems to be unclear on that point. I think that's sort of the core issue that needs to be clarified before the council ultimately makes a decision one way or the other, because that's the underlying argument. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, we have a couple online. We'll start with Cordell Hindler.
Yes, can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, so good evening, Mayor Murphy, council. I am Cordell Helen, and I am a concerned Richmond resident. So I agree with Ms. Irma Ruport. This has been a concern like for quite some time. She's absolutely correct. The Faria House, I mean, I pass through the Faria House from time to time, and it's a beautiful house, but it needs to be sold because I don't care how you do it. Just get it off the taxpayers' back. It's like this is, and then for Mr. Rupert, he's absolutely correct. This has been the longest standing item on any council agenda. As far as I'm concerned, I agree with the Rupert. I don't care how you do it. Have the property off the taxpayers' back, because give it to any charity, give it to the Historical Society, or it doesn't matter. Have the property for sale and be done with it so the taxpayers can have it off their case. So that's that.
We have a telephone caller. Last four numbers 5748. Please go ahead, state your name and city of residence.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Please state your name and city of residence.
My name's Anthony. Longtime resident of Pinole, taxpayer, senior citizen. I have a couple of questions and comments. People keep bringing up what is going to be the effect of selling this house with regard to eliminating the taxpayers' contribution for their burden over the past years or current year moving forward. So exactly what is the tax bill on this house that the taxpayers are having to put? If, say, we put this off for another year or another 6 months, I think we should get all that financial information down so people can make a decision, as well as I think if they're going to want to sell this city property, be it the house and or the lot or not the lot, I think the city of Pinole, since we're going to be in dire straits thanks to the caliper budgeting and all these people's retirements and these big raises that we're giving to our city workers over the years, that we ought to look into consolidating and or selling other vacant properties throughout the city of Pinole. You know, don't just set up one precedent for the Faria House and then let everything else go back to a different set of conditions, or the existing set of conditions. Case in point, why don't we sell the caretaker's house? What is that costing us in taxpayer dollars to maintain it and to maintain the park area around it, with the fact that since there has been no caretaker in that house, the adjoining properties have pretty much deteriorated. The dog.
Sir, you have
bathrooms
45
don't work.
seconds.
The locks in the men's bathroom is broken. The bathrooms at the other park don't work by the ball field. And so we should look at maybe putting that on the sales block too, the caretaker's house. I don't know why we're holding on to it or why we can't rent it out and get some income from that. It's a cash drain to the city because we used to be getting $1,500 to $2,000 a month there, but now we're paying public workers to do the job that might add is not that great a job that they're doing over there. But I would like to see if the house is sold, that it be considered as a mixed use property so you can maintain.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
No, Mayor, there are no more public comments.
All right, then we'll bring it back to council for additional questions or comments or motions. And I actually did want, if possible, for someone, there was a public comment around just kind of the difference, and it does keep being brought up around the housing asset versus the land. Can someone express that a little bit more, outline that a little bit more?
I think Assistant City Attorney Mark can answer that.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor. So because the property is owned as a housing asset, it has to go to support affordable housing. And part of the justification that's being used now is that area is a park-like amenity that is supporting the adjacent affordable housing units, those 3 units that were developed as affordable housing. So if it became a private space, and a museum, even if generally open to the public, would still be a private space. It wouldn't really be something that the housing that the city could continue to own as a housing asset. It would be difficult to justify, a museum owning the house, but the state still owning the property as a housing asset if it's a private museum, even though it's a private museum, open to the public. So that's the main distinction there. And I just want to point out also that the Surplus Lands Act, also HCD has said that it applies to most types of leases too. So if we sold the house to nonprofit to operate as a museum and entered into a ground lease with them, that ground lease would be subject to the Surplus Lands Act. And I guess the last final statement is that the Surplus Lands Act doesn't require the property to be used in any specific way. It just requires that as a first step, the city offer it to certain public agencies and nonprofit housing providers for them to make offers to the city and enter into negotiations. But if at the end of the day, the city isn't happy with any of those, after that process had concluded, it could then turn and offer to sell it or lease it or do whatever to, a nonprofit or for-profit entity.
Gotcha. And Assistant City Attorney Mogg, what I hear from you when you say that if it's sold, it needs to be affordable housing, it makes me think about arena numbers. Are you saying that it must be affordable housing that reaches that?
So there's a couple of different things going on. Because the property is owned, because the land is owned by the city as a housing asset, we either need to give it to a housing provider to sell at, to develop affordable housing on, or if we sell it, we need to take the proceeds and put it in the housing fund. Separate from that, under the Surplus Lands Act, any property that the city sells, there are requirements in the Surplus Lands Act for, depending at who it's sold to and what stage, for it either to be 15 or 25% affordable if residential units are built on the property. But the law doesn't require it to be developed as affordable housing. It simply requires, if it is developed as housing, either 15 or 25%, depending on the circumstances. Either 15 or 25% of the units need to be affordable.
Okay. And does the council have jurisdiction to change that amount to be higher before the selling of the property?
Yeah, so the council would have ultimate decision-making over who to sell it to. So it would certainly be the city could certainly decide, we prefer, we have two offers from two people and one of them is offering, 50% affordable. That would certainly be a valid justification for choosing to sell to that person over someone who is only offering 25% affordable.
Okay, thank you. And the only thing I wanted to mention was the appraisal is referenced in the staff report. Can staff send the appraisal to the city council if it hasn't already? I just want to make sure that we see that it's referenced in the document, but it's not, there's no reference to the document.
Yeah, we can circulate it to the council members.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem Chams?
Yes, thank you for the report. Couple of things I just wanted to clarify that since the specific plan, we have it as commercial mixed use. When this goes out for Surplus Lands Act, a notice, and say we get, I know we're supposed to give more attention to residential uses and deeper affordability. But because we have it in our general plan and specific plan as commercial mixed use, we could then like go to another offer. So for instance, if it is an actual commercial developer that wants to rehab it, we could go that direction instead. We would have enough discretion to do that, correct?
Yeah, so it becomes a little complicated. During the negotiation phase, we are supposed to prioritize affordable housing providers. But the law is also very clear that the city has no obligation to approve a rezoning or a changing of the specific plan designation. So we would, if the council, we would get input from the council ahead of time. And if the council felt strongly, we want to keep this as commercial, we would, when we sent out the notices to everyone, we would emphasize this property is zoned, X way. The council is not, isn't interested in rezoning it. And if you put that message out, you're not going to get a lot of, offers from affordable housing developers because they can read between the lines that, you're not going to approve a rezoning and they don't want to buy property if the city is not going to rezone it for affordable housing.
Yeah, I don't think we can say that the council isn't going to entertain a rezoning because we haven't had that question come to us, but we can say what the existing specific plan and
Correct.
general plan are.
And if I may add, we've gone through the Surplus Land Act process for all of the recent surplus property sales. And so, we have experience in whether affordable housing developers have expressed interest or not in those other, some of them somewhat similar types of properties.
Right. Okay, thank you. I think I'd be interested in going through this process. I just want to be on the other side of being able to review proposals that come in and be able to react to, have enough discretion on what the future use would be.
All right. Any other comments or questions?
Comments?
Okay, Councilor Martinez Rubin.
I want, for the record, to clarify to anyone who still holds on to the notion that a particular nonprofit here in the city, namely the Pinole Historical Society, is interested in purchasing the Faria House. It has never been, at least in the past, I'm going to say, I'm trying to remember since I've been on the board, and full disclosure, I am on the board of the Pinole Historical Society, which has as part of its mission to educate on the history of Pinole, as well as to support efforts related to that. I'm broadly speaking, I'm not paraphrasing the mission. But I want to make it clear that there has not been any interest on the part of the Pinole Historical Society Board to purchase something that it cannot afford to purchase. Up until as recently as March of this year, a time by when this council essentially heard and honored the interests of many members of the public. And I want to also address that when anyone says the community feels or the community believes that there should be a sale now and we've had enough or that we've been divided, that is an opinion expressed by people who have regularly incited that division and have not supported a broader use of a city property, which was intended as far back prior to 2008 as a public space, specifically conversations and documents in the staff report that were pulled together for the meeting in November of 2020 speak to that. And the intended use was such that there would be a partnership or relationship created between the city, local government, in support of something that was meant for public use, with operation of that use by a nonprofit. That partnership then went into discussion and maybe partial negotiations when a lease agreement was reviewed. Yes, no action was taken, but it wasn't because the terms of the lease were not found to be acceptable by the Pinole Historical Society. It was on the basis of other activity that had been going on among council that led to deferring decision about how the intended use of that property would have occurred, where the intended use would have been a museum. All along, the interest in that property being used as a museum stems back from why it was even donated to the city. And all of what has been referenced as expenses by the quote taxpayer also speaks to that interest of eventually having this property used in such a way that it would hold artifacts, history, educational pieces related to Pinole. Earlier, as a council, we had a proclamation. And part of that proclamation read, "Parks and recreation are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas parks and recreation are essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change." And we continued. The Faria House as a structure and the property on which it is part of Heritage Park. An omission, we did mention that park as one of the parks that the city has. Unfortunately, over time, city staff have not necessarily paid attention as per direction of council to that property. And so it is in the state where questions about how it could be used come up, and plans to even renovate it to a point where we could have further discussion about its use were thwarted when the idea of having a property renovated for eventual use as a public space was not considered, quote, not considered as urgent, when that same degree of urgency as other projects that now will be funded by the amount of dollars that have been set aside for that renovation. It's a shame that we don't necessarily look toward having this property become something that provides us the kind of educational and cultural experiences in return that a property supported by the city, by taxpayers could have, again, to balance the kinds of other infrastructure that's needed. And yes, still has to be paid for with taxpayer funds. I would ask that part of the work yet to be done to help us determine indeed what the costs are associated with having this property or continue to have this property are. The point, one of the public commenters mentioned something about, why aren't we looking also at the caretaker's house and selling that? Is a valid point. Have we looked at for the use of properties that represent some of the architectural history that the city has, and which, as preservationists would tell you, are likely to cost much less than if the buildings were raised and recreated to something else. I see that structure, the free house and the property that it's on, as opportunities to showcase a lot of the technology that we are beginning to see in the city to help with clean energy, and to highlight as well concurrently the agricultural history that it represents, the beginnings of what our city was at one time. I see that there is also opportunity for this council to honor the past without necessarily not moving forward. We can move forward. We can do both. And what we need, however, is indeed the political will to see that, and to also consider that when we're talking about $300,000 here, $300,000 there, that is not going to remedy our need as a city to gain revenues or acquire revenues to help us meet unfunded liabilities that are in the millions. We do lack a piece of information, and that is how much of a cost does the city incur if it subsidizes the need to renovate this house to make it a public space for future use that's open to anyone in Pinole. We have two historical landmarks on National Historical Landmark, I believe in inventories, let's say. The Bank of Pinole and the Fernandez Mansion. Both of them now are held privately. They are not available to the general public unless there's some sort of relationship or cost that any one of us might want to incur out of our own pocket to make use of that space. If we were to have the Faria House as a public space, commercial mixed use or otherwise, we could also create the conditions where it would be that much more of an opportunity for people to access something that's theirs. They're not only paying for continuing to keep it, they're paying for continuing to use it. The pressure to create more affordable homes, affordable housing, will continue for years to come. We have only recently experienced what the state legislature has allowed for cities to build more housing. And thankfully, we have had staff that have allowed this city to create a housing element in the general plan that is going to eventually have the city see more than 550 new units for different levels of affordability. If we are to invite inclusivity and creativity, taking the words from someone who made public comments earlier when we had discussion on the agenda item that was about an art program, if we are to invite inclusivity and creativity, we also need or can do it we also ought to do it in a way that reflects that there's something tangible where that inclusivity and creativity can meet. Intersection between preservation, promoting art, promoting community building, community development, enhancing culture, and enhancing civic pride. I see a lot of that possibility in keeping this Brea House and the property on which it is, provided that there's political will to help toward that. We haven't had that discussion. And when we hear public comment about how it's been a controversial issue, it's a controversy among people who, perhaps, it's an opinion. Unfortunately, we don't have the people who think otherwise present in our chambers. Because frankly, after 15 years of discussing the issue and seeing that there is one impediment after another, it gets tiring. And the legacy residents that we have in Pinole aren't necessarily here in our chambers to speak up in favor of having a public space that would honor history of different cultures and history as it's being made as well. Because the idea to have something there as an educational community space, namely a museum, was not about refurbishing the house so that its exterior, beautiful exterior matches furniture of the period of the 1890s. It wasn't that at all. It was about having intact and well-preserved an exterior that reflects the agricultural roots of the city,
Councilor Martinez.
while also presenting new educational, interactive, digital opportunities that would bring people in to discuss the kinds of issues that create a community that is both interactive and together and supportive of each other because of its cultural diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Are there any other comments? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Thomas.
One other comment is if there's a notice of availability of surplus property issued, how do we handle the Heritage Park point? Do we state that it would be, we would need to reserve an easement for passage, or would that be sold? Could it be sold as well? So I think that's something that needs to be answered, is how is that handled? Regarding, do we need to retain ownership of it? Is it a parkland? Is it part of our park inventory? And if it is sold, do we have to replace the square footage or acreage of the parkland that we would lose, or is it not part of our inventory? So I think that's another piece that
Assistant City Attorney Mogg, do you have an answer for that question?
you're on mute.
Sorry about that, couldn't hit the mute button. So we did look actually into the issue of whether any part of this would be considered parkland, and it's never been officially designated as parkland either on any maps or in any of the city's inventory. But to your first point, we would certainly, specify, and based on the council's direction and maybe some further investigation, we would specify in the notice either that the city was going to be retaining that strip where the path is, or would be reserving an easement over that land.
Thank you.
Thank you. No question. All right, well, first of all, can I have a motion to extend the meeting? We have 5 minutes left or 6 minutes left.
Motion to extend.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, City Clerk Stone. Can you call the roll?
You need to set a time.
Oh, thank you. I'm so sorry.
Clarify.
Motion to extend to 11:30.
Okay, is that okay?
Second.
Okay. Can you call the roll, please?
Yes, council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tom,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Great. Now now going back to 12C, item 12C, are there any motions? Comments or questions, but motions mostly.
Yes. Make a motion to declare the Freya House and the property of 2100 Sandpebble Avenue surplus land pursuant to the Surplus Land Act, and to direct staff to take all the necessary steps to sell the Freya House and the property of 2100 Sandpebble Avenue as outlined in the received city council report.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Any questions on the motion? City Manager Murray, I see you.
Yeah, I think we were envisioning that the city council wanted to move forward. The direction might be to return to city council with a resolution, declaring it surplus as a separate action.
Okay.
As opposed to providing that direction.
Okay, do you want to, I think Councilmember Sasai made the motion?
I can rescind the motion and make a new motion. A motion to direct staff to draft a resolution to declare the Freya House and the property of 2100 Sandpebble Avenue surplus land pursuant to the Surplus Land Act, and to have that returned to council for adoption, and to direct staff to take all the necessary steps to sell the Freya House and the property of 2100 Sandpebble Avenue as outlined in the received city council report.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Councilor Sasai motions and Councilmember Tave seconds. Any questions or comments on the
I
motion?
just have one comment is actually two comments. If during the time that you're drafting the resolution, if we can get clarity or some discussion about how we would handle, if we do a subdivision to, separate the park area or, the park area from the Freya House, that be described, there's a potential. So that if somebody had a proposal, and I just wanted to state that I will support this mainly because I don't see any other path. I would like to see the property, I'd love to see a museum, but I know that it's not going to happen unless there is some funder out there that's going to support it as a nonprofit. I would like to see it as a commercial mixed use so that, if there's some business that perhaps, as a customer, I can go visit, see the home. I think if there's enough flexibility where we have some say in what the future use is, that's what my hope is, but I don't see another path moving forward, other than that.
Okay, thank you. In that case, we'll go to Deputy City Clerk Stone to call the roll.
Okay, council members Martinez Rubin,
No.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tom,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Motion carries.
thank you. Are there any other motions on this item?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin, do you have a motion?
Yes, please. I move that staff prepare for us, perhaps it might be when the resolution is presented, but addressing the matter of projected costs associated with the house, if the city were to keep it or not, would also help inform the decision to be taken about what to do with the house.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
If I may, I think that matter was addressed in a prior discussion about renovation and possible use of museum. My recollection is that the estimate was that it would cost $50,000 a year for the city to maintain it.
Okay,
Okay,
is there a second to that motion?
I'm going to rescind my motion.
Wonderful.
I'm going to move then that the city prepare a brief report. I'm going to give my thoughts first and then summarize as a motion. When there is no obvious funding source, it means that we haven't gone the route of seeking funding sources additional to what the city, would provide as a subsidy. We have recently approved that a grant writer be part of the staff or, help support the staff's work. One can Google sources of funding for educational, museum, historical kinds of functions. But we haven't directed staff to do that. And so my motion is, can staff come back with a list of possible funding sources for the Faria House to be used as a public space that would enhance the art program that we just recently agreed would be created.
Okay, there's a motion. Councilmember Martinez Rubin, I'll say that we do have a grants management policy coming up, and we also have a RFPL around that work. Perhaps that can be integrated into that when we bring on a consultant. But I will ask if there's a second to a motion to the motion because it is on the table.
No, but if I can make a comment related to that is over the years, I have, been on the lookout for grant ideas. And I did approach the folks that monitor or that process the federal programs through the county, through community development block grant and those programs. And, I specifically asked that question about 3 years ago and was informed that a museum in Pinole, because of our demographics, the income levels, that it would not qualify for that funding source.
Okay, so is there a second to that motion? Okay, not seeing any. We'll ask if there is other motions on 12C. Otherwise, we do need to move on. It's 11 p.m., 11 till 2 now. All right, thank you. So we'll move on to item 12D, which is racial equity in Pinole. This is a report and City Manager Murray is staffing this one. Good evening again.
Good evening. Actually, Assistant to the City Manager.
Okay.
Is going to be presenting.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Ms. Epps. We would love that. And I just want to make sure the mic works too.
Testing.
Okay, great.
Can you hear me? All right. Good evening, Mayor, council members, colleagues, and my neighbors who are dedicated and still listening or here tonight at this late hour. I'm presenting the topic of equity in Pinole to you tonight. My name is Fiona Epps. I am the assistant to the city manager here with the city of Pinole. Next slide, please. So the council has, as you know, has requested this agenda item on racial equity in Pinole. And so we have assembled information on some indicators of equity in Pinole and summarized in today's staff report. We can look at these and other indicators over time to assess equity in the community. Next slide, please. So this famous image here shows the difference between equality and equity. And when I was practicing this presentation with my children at home, my 7-year-old said, he pointed to the equality picture. He said, "Hey, that's not fair." And I said, that is why equity is very important. So, but in this context relating to our staff report presented today, equity is providing everyone with the resources they specifically need to achieve the same outcomes. And in contrast, equality is defined as providing everyone with the same resources. Next slide, please. So equity is a key element that organizations should consider when addressing employment, housing, education, access to healthcare, and public safety. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, is a conceptual framework that promotes the fair treatment and full participation of all people. And these things are often grouped together because when they're combined, their true impact is realized. Next slide, please. So there's no single measure or no single precise measure of equity in a community, but there are some proxies which I will be talking about today, such as racial integration of a community, access to healthy environments, and income distribution. And as for income distribution, what we found based on data from the US Census, there is relatively little variation throughout the city of Pinole in household income. Next slide, please. And this slide shows you the racial composition of Pinole according to the US Census Bureau. So maybe you're not surprised to hear that Pinole is considered to be a very racially and ethnically diverse city when compared to other cities in the United States. The city can better understand the current state of equity in Pinole by examining this recent data, and that is prepared by trusted institutions that measure indicators of equity. And this data can serve as a baseline for future, more comprehensive examinations and interventions regarding inequities in Pinole. Next slide, please. So the Othering and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley, they completed research on racial segregation in the San Francisco Bay Area. And that research revealed that Pinole is a very integrated community when comparing the ethnic composition of Pinole residents to the ethnic composition of the entire Bay Area. And the Healthy Places Index shows that Pinole is rated as having very high ethnic diversity and healthy community conditions overall. And that is with respect to economic, education, social, transportation, neighborhood, and environmental conditions. And Pinole has fairly healthy conditions for housing and healthcare access. Next slide, please. So here you can see a map. Hopefully you can't see it that well, but here you can see a map that shows which communities are most affected by pollution. And so the majority of areas within Pinole, which is where that green, mostly green, shades of green area in the middle there, they're characterized as having good environmental outcomes. And so this data is being incorporated into the new draft of the environmental justice element, which also includes information on 62 housing units in Pinole that are part of an impacted community. I have the zoom in on the animation? Thank you so much. And so that's that little area within the dotted lines there that in the dark orange and the light orange, a little bit of yellow there that you see. So the definition of an impacted community is one where residents are disproportionately burdened by a combination of economic, health, and environmental conditions. And this map shows, oh, I already said that, but this map shows that in the northwest area of Pinole. And so on average, Pinole has a 35.9% Cal EnviroScreen percentile. Cal EnviroScreen is what provided this data. And that means that we have less pollution impacts than, or when you compare us to other communities. Next slide, please. So there are municipal associations like the League of California Cities and the National League of Cities that are examining their own organizations, and they provide case studies, and other resources to member cities that would like to work on DEI initiatives. And there are a number of organizations that provide resources to cities on racial equity as well. And an increasing number of Bay Area cities are looking at their own organizations with a DEI lens. So those are just some examples of the resources that are out there provided by these organizations. Next slide, please. And so here are some examples of what some nearby cities are doing with equity. Richmond is part of GARE, which is a national network of government working to achieve racial equity and advance opportunities for all. Sonoma County, they have incorporated a dedicated pillar in their 5-year strategic plan dedicated to racial equity and social justice. Next slide, please. And Concord has organized a united committee to focus on inequities both internally and within the community. And internal communities are very popular and effective action that many cities are taking, including Pinole, which I'll explain shortly. Next slide, please. So what is happening in the city of Pinole with DEI? The current state is summarized here. We are currently in the midst of an internal DEI initiative that's being, the planning's been spearheaded by the Human Resources Department and the City Manager Department working together. And that initiative, we are measuring the inclusivity of the work environment, of the city's work environment. And we have also hired a experienced consultant who has worked with other Bay Area cities, such as the city of Oakland, to provide training to staff on inclusivity and related skills. And then later we will be establishing a staff working group to continue to advance DEI in the city organization in the future. Next slide, please. So the next steps, we will build our internal DEI initiative, completing that, and identify our shared equity values within the city organization, carry out those equity values, and then we will provide an update to City Council. And that concludes my presentation today. Next slide, please. And now I will answer questions, comments.
Yeah, thank you so much for that presentation. And you have a photo album that we all, I think, want. Those are great pictures there. Thank you. We'll go to council for any questions folks may have. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, Councilor Sasai, Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
No questions, but thank you for that report.
All right. And Councilmember Tave, I think, Councilmember Tave, any questions? All right, no questions. No questions. I think one thing that comes up for me just as a comment is, and something I hear a lot about in Pinole is just our aging and equity issues. So I wonder about how that may show up in our analysis of like our community. We oftentimes talk about our racial demographics, but walking around Pinole, there's oftentimes mostly elders and seniors around, and just wondering about how the staff is thinking about that approach as you go throughout this process. What I hear is this is an internal city staff process, but also wondering about how those like aging and workplace aging and Pinole issues come about if they have it all.
I do recall from the survey that was put out to staff that they did ask and address about all different areas that are included in diversity, including age. I believe income was in there, race, ethnicity, gender identification. There was a lot. Oh, sex, there was a lot in there that they had asked about that was reflected in the results of the survey, or at least they gave people the opportunity to, answer questions about that. That was an internal effort. Andrew, do you have any other comments to that?
Yeah, so the final step in the process that we're going through right now is setting up a staff working group that's going to be over time examining all of our city programs with respect to equity. It would include equity for all of the protected classes. So that would include age as well.
Okay. Gotcha. That's all for me. Any other comments or we'll go to public comments otherwise?
Yes, in person, we have Rafael Menace.
And for the final time tonight, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public, my name is Rafael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have a few comments I'd like to make about this item. First off, focusing on the racial equity lens, I'd like to highlight a few points in both in the presentation itself as well as in supplemental documents. On page number 292 of 293 of the agenda packet, it notes that the city of Pinole is only average among Bay Area cities in terms of integration at the neighborhood level. Quote, infra-regional divergence. By this measure, Pinole ranked 44th out of 101. And if you look at the most recent revision of our housing element submitted to the state on, I believe it was June 6th, though this element, I think, wasn't edited from prior versions of the housing element on pages 148 and 149 of the housing element. You could see our dissimilarity index for race and ethnicity, which notes that the city of Pinole is moderately segregated at 31.86, which is just above the threshold for low segregation, noting in particular that there's a higher rate of segregation in terms of Black and white as compared to Hispanic white or Asian white, or even just non-white generally and white. Whereas for income, we have income dissimilarity of 26.6, which is fairly lower than 31.86. So I just wanted to highlight for equity considerations that we already have looked into this in the housing element, and we already have that data available. And I would encourage the public and council and staff to continue to use that data when they're considering an equity lens and approaches the city can do to further equity. That we know that even though we're a diverse city, we're also not an integrated city. We've taken significant steps towards that over the past decade. Looking at the various housing charts and the housing element, you can see how Pinole Valley in particular shifted over the past decade from being a predominantly white region to being a much more racially integrated region. But I think it's important to note in the housing element and in studies and elsewhere that as of 2020, the city of Pinole, while a diverse city, is still not an integrated city, and that this will continue to have significant equity impacts. It needs to be considered in actions the city takes to further equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item?
Yes, online, we have Cordell Hindler.
Yes, can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. I am Cordell Handler and I'm a Richmond resident. So I'll try to keep my comments short because I know it's getting late. So thank you, Fiona, for this presentation. So I want, in full disclosure, because it was my idea to have this item to be placed on the agenda. So once again, as I seem to recall at the June 20th meeting, there was an item on board, and I think for once my ideas came through. So I just like to thank Fiona and the city manager's office for preparing this presentation, and I'm just happy about it. That's it.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item?
Yes, Tony Gutierrez.
Good evening. I just had one question in regards to the DEI situation. Are people with disabilities considered protected class? And if
Yes.
so, how are you going to take this into account? I heard of all the other protected classes. Okay, those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
And City Manager Murray, I think I heard you on the microphone, but I just wanted to recognize you.
Yes, physical ability is one of the protected classes that is considered for equity.
Thank you. And are there other, no other public comments? All right, so we'll bring it back to council. Is there any other additional direction folks would like to give staff? All right, it seems like our next steps were pretty clear, so we look forward to hearing what comes out of the DEI committee. And that moves us to the next item. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Epps. The last item is citizens to be heard, the second section. This is for those who didn't make a public comment during the first citizens to be heard section. Deputy City Clerk Stone, are there any public comments?
Yes, we have two online. Cordell Hindler.
You can hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. I am Cordell Handler and I have 4 things to say. So number one, I'm very disappointed that the meeting started 40 minutes later. And I said, this is very unprofessional. When you reconvene at 6 p.m., people have been waiting for the meeting to reconvene. So in the future, can we show a little decorum, please? That would be very courteous. That's one. And then number 2, what I wanted to say earlier was that City Manager Murray has done an outstanding job as the city manager because he provides items of interest not only to the council but to the community. So, and he always, shares what items are upcoming for future agendas. That's 2. And then number 3 is I wanted to thank Chief Winecoop for his service to the community. So, he deserves this retirement because after all the hours that he has put in directing the fire department, I said that whoever the next person comes on, that he or she will try to figure out what to do next, long term, for the fire department. And then finally is when I was looking at the budget presentation, because I looked at the item for an assistant manager because once again, I've looked at other jurisdictions and in the Bay Area, and it does say that the assistant city manager is the second in command. When the city manager is not there, the assistant CM will be the acting CM until that person comes back. So, and then, meeting last month, I said to myself that Mr. Anthony is absolutely correct. Every time he calls in, he feels like he don't get his comments to be heard. So once again, I looked at other jurisdictions in West County and some of the mayors that I've spoken with say that they have let the individuals finish their comments. So as a courtesy, you have to listen to your constituents because they have issues too, just like I do. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item?
Yes, we have a telephone caller. Last 4 numbers, 5748. Please go ahead, state your name and city of residence.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. And PCTV, can we restart the clock, please?
Yeah, please. I don't want to be cut short again. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, couple housekeeping items. One, I still don't see the telephone Zoom number on your screen. and I thought you could fix that over the several times people requested it. The other cities in the Bay Area have the telephone access number there for people that want to call in, the 1-669-900 number. The county supervisor meetings have them on for public comment. So you're shortchanging yourselves, and it's just a bad look for the city of Pinole regarding encouraging public engagement by not maybe shrinking the font and putting the number up there on the top or bottom of the screen before and during agenda items and public comment. And the cutoff problem is for people that have to view the television screen, there's a 5 to 10 second delay in that regard. And that's just part of the reason why I can't even finish a sentence or a thought more than half of the time I call in, or I'm not allowed to because of Quick Draw McGraw over there wants to cut me off so they can go home at a decent hour, which I understand is another situation. But anyway, I wanted to express on behalf of myself and fellow community members a big saddened word of disappointment to the city of Pinole for dropping the ball with the fireworks show on us. You know, I think that you could have given us more than a few days notice to some degree, and more notice on another degree. There was nothing on the website till Saturday. Some people couldn't find it. There was no signs made up down by the wastewater treatment plant or the Bay Park Trail. Myself and a couple other members of the community were down there directing traffic and helping tell people and communicate to them that you canceled the show because of a fire marshal situation. Well, all of you should be ashamed of yourself.
Sir, you have 45 seconds.
Because you voted for the fireworks show, so that's 2 black eyes, and 2 black eyes don't make a right. So maybe we should have did the drone show, or maybe not even had it this year. But to blame it on the wastewater treatment plant and the fire chief is another story, and I think you know what I mean. The grounds around the wastewater treatment plant are unkept. Public Works Department should do a better job, and that includes being overseen by the city manager to cut down about 50 to 70% of the outside perimeter facing the bay of overgrown dead bushes, 3 feet to 10 feet tall trees, palm trees, and dry grass that is a.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, Tony Gutierrez.
Yes, I just said it's something of a follow-on, but it actually didn't get addressed in 12D. I asked a question about disabilities, not specifically physical disabilities. When I say the word disabilities, I'm also referring to individuals that have mental disabilities. And if it's possible, if that could be addressed, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Are there any other public comments?
No, there are no more public comments.
City Manager Murray, are you able to respond or answer the public commenter's question about disability being a protected class?
Yes, sorry, I meant all forms of disabilities.
Thank you. All right, there are no other public comments, so that brings us to the adjournment tonight. This means that tonight's meeting is now adjourned at 11:28 p.m. To the regular city council meeting of August 15th. Thank you, in remembrance of Amber Swartz. Good night, everyone.